Hello! Hello, hello. All right. First things first, the fucking marketplace. Yahoo! Let's go. I've got another fucking review from them. You dumb dogs. Let me just turn the music down. Right, if I delete this, delete that, and I literally click on this link, and I say, hello, I would like to download you. What's the plan today? Same old. Doing stuff. Refactoring. Reschmactoring. Schmack that refac. I go to downloads. I go to this. I go to Prismatica. I go to source. Go to Prismatica. Editor. Build CS. I go extract. Specified folder. Straight to my downloads. We go up. We go here. And I go here, extract the specified folder, downloads, okay, out of there, back to here, go back, go forward, we have the Prismatica editor.build CS, let's sort by date. We go to open with Notepad, Prismatica Dev, all rights reserved. Okay, we go to this one, open with Notepad. They fucking, oh, those fucking idiots. They flagged the wrong fucking thing. You fucking morons. Give me that motherfucking PDF. Oh, can't they just fucking do it themselves? Flagged file looks like this. It appears you had flagged the wrong file in the previous PDF. Emails. PDF. Was this not, so they flagged the wrong file. From the PDF, looks like this. It appears you had flagged the wrong file in the previous email's PDF. I can... This could have easily be fixed with a minimal... with a few seconds of copy, paste on your end. However, I will... Oh, I'm so fucking mad. This could have easily been fixed with a few seconds of copy paste on the reviewer's end. The past 2 weeks of back and forth could have easily been fixed on the viewer's end. However, I will play this game. I'll send through the corrected zip folder shortly. I would like to point out that the past 2 weeks of back and forth could have easily been avoided with a few seconds of copy/paste on the reviewer's end. Cheers, Charles. Or had the correct files been flagged with the issue in the first place? Or had all the correct files been flagged in the first place? There we go. Should I write a threatening letter to Epic? No, I'm writing a pissed off letter to the whoever the fuck this marketplace reviewer is. I'm very disappointed with the overall process. Sorry, I'll start in a minute. Many customers have been waiting for this product to appear on the marketplace and have instead chosen to purchase it through Gumroad. If there is any... Hold on, let me just... Can I just, like, fucking edit a zip in place? I could just extract this, actually. Yeah, extract here. Prismatica. Source. Prismatica build.cs. Open with Notepad. Some copyright should be here. And then I just fucking do the thing, and that should be fine. It doesn't have to build the comments, right? Let me open this one. Comments uncompiled. Okay, yeah. Oh, well, if they just fucking... If they'd flagged it in the first place... You know, we wouldn't have been having this fucking issue. Dumb dogs. Alright, now I go back to downloads. I go to delete that. I go to Prismatica. I send to compressed zipped folder. Prismatica v1.02.07 Marketplace edition with the file fixed that wasn't flagged. I'm gonna pull a full Karen. I'm gonna say, could you reply with an email to a wherever I can? Could you please link me to the marketplace review feedback portal? I'll fucking do it. I will fucking do it. Alright, how do I... Where's my drive? Can I go up a folder? Let me go up. No, what are you doing? Fuck it. Prismatica dev, these nuts. How do I... drive. Alright, delete this. Fucking put the fucking new one up there. Oh. Sorry, I just need to put together my case real quick. I need to, like, send them a fucking screenshot of the PDF that they sent that had the incorrect thing. Prismatica editor.build. Fuck my arsehole. Where was the one before that one? That one was also Prismatica editor.build. And if we go down to this one, this was the one that actually had... Local files want to come in and top like, yeah, blah, 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 suck my nuts. And then down here, this was the one that had all of them. Yep. Cool. Now I'm gonna get this, share, copy, no, share. Anyone with link, copy link, put it into... Here is the final zip folder. Alright, on another note... Well, actually, no. How do I ask to speak to the manager? That's the fucking... That's the gist of it. If you could... I would greatly appreciate... if you could point me to... a feedback portal regarding the submission process to the marketplace. Tweet it to him. No. In the time it has taken to finalize this submission process, over 100 copies of the product have been sold on Gumroad. He'd reply. I greatly appreciate if you could point me to a feedback portal regarding the submission process to the marketplace. Sorry, how do I don't want to come off as like, I want to be like, I have some constructive feedback, but I want it to seem like a backhanded kind of thing, you know? I would really love to provide constructive feedback in regards to the submission and review process of the marketplace. If you could kindly point me in the direction of a what do you call it? Feedback form / portal. It would be very appreciated. In the time it has taken to finalize this submission process, over 100 copies of the product have been sold on alternate marketplaces such as Gumroad. And then I won't say I would like to point out that the past 2 weeks of back and forth could have easily been avoided if all the correct files have been flagged in the first place, or with a few keystrokes of copy-paste on the reviewer's end. Cheers, Charles. Nah, fuck it, I'll keep that in there. Fuck this guy. Do your fucking job, idiot. Do your fucking job, robot. Imagine if they're watching the stream right now. For context, in the time taken to finalize this submission process, over 100 copies of the product have been sold on alternate marketplaces such as Gumroad. I think streamlining the review process would be of great boon. Am I allowed to say boon? Of great benefit. There we go. If the other can at least defend themselves. Just have someone say, it me, it me. Alright, this is less snarky, right? Alright, here's the final email. I can probably just fucking show you this shit. There's no, like, doxable? No. Alright. For me, the flagged file, Prismatica edited build CS looks like this. Blah, 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 blah. It appears you had flagged the incorrect file in the previous emails, plural, owned. PDFs. Emails is PDFs. Prismatica edited. Here is the final zip folder with Prismatascape build dot Prismatascape.build.cs. Corrected. Additionally, I would love to provide some constructive feedback in regards to the submission and review process of the marketplace. If you could kindly point me in the direction of a feedback form / portal, it would be very appreciated. For context, in the time it has taken to finalize the submission process, Over 100 copies of the product have been sold on alternate marketplaces such as Gumroad. I think streamlining the review process would be of great benefit to all parties involved. Fucking passive-aggressive smiley face. Cheers, Charles. How's that? Send. Ooh, I apologize for the inconvenience. You know what I mean? Anyway, sorry, let me catch up on chat. That took fucking half a fucking hour of my fucking life. So that someone... Because someone couldn't... It's been 3 weeks! Fuck! Fuck! I'll show you. Okay, let me... I'm all sweaty. I'm a fucking sweaty mess. Alright, this is all that they had to do. Let me show you guys. We'll do a speed run. You ready? Go. Oh, fuck, I've fucking... Source. Prismatica. Prismatica build.cs. Open with. Notepad. Delete the one that was there. Copy and paste from the other one. The one that was there. Save. Done. Done. Literally, don't have to... It's just fucking done. You know what I mean? I've been waiting 3 fucking weeks. So this fucking moron who was flagging the wrong fucking file out of the 100 fucking files there, they flagged the wrong one that I'd already fixed. And they couldn't do that literal 10 fucking second job. Oh. Oh. Fuck me dead. We're not all here to fuck spiders, mate. We are not here to fuck spiders. We are here to get a product on your stupid fucking marketplace. And in the time that the fucking submission process is being... I will fucking show you right here. Prismatica interaction system sales. Alright, where, how many... I don't get a date with these. Anyway, total sales, 227. That's like literally nearly 100 more than when I first submitted it to the marketplace. Which for something that's like, I don't know, fucking... Let's run the fucking numbers on it. What's like 100 times 35 now? That much. They take 10%. That's like someone's fucking wage for the week that they've, you know, missed out on. Well, evidently the fucking wage that the marketplace reviewers are getting is like $10 a week because it's outsourced to fucking, you know. It's outsourced to fucking robots. How much do you have to pay a robot? How much is the electricity cost? Getting there, flag the wrong file, so you found a missing... found missing the copyright notice. Yes, because the reviewer sent a screenshot of the missing copyright notice, and I read the file at the top, and it was different to the one that they'd been flagging for the past 2 weeks that I'd already corrected. For 2 weeks! 2 weeks! Ugh. Fucking idiots. Fucking morons. So you look through all the files. I'm not gonna fucking look through every fucking file. That's their job. Do their fucking job. Flag the damn files. Ugh. Yeah, it probably is concoction, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. So I just said I'd love to provide some constructive feedback. For context, this is how many products have been sold in the time it's taken for some fucking idiot to just copy-paste a copyright notice that's commented out in the code. Like, God fucking forbid. They copy-paste the copy-pasted copyright notice from one file to another. Because they found this one, but then they've told me that it's a different file, and I go and look, and it's like, oh, it must be a fucking, it must be an error on their part. It must have been like, I don't know, maybe the copyright notice on the build file gets overwritten when they build it or something. Anyway. It's Prismatica time. Sorry you guys have to see me like this, you know. Sorry you guys have to see me acting like an actual human being. Probably they're doing it for the submitters. The submitter will likely submit with the same issue every update they do. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But the fact that they flagged the wrong thing, it's like, fuck. Yo, who up flagging they wrong thing? Bug in the build system. Bug in D's nuts. I might just not fucking submit it to the market. I might just pull it. I might just be like, you know what? Fuck you guys. Never going on your stupid fucking marketplace. Eat D's nuts. Just think how easy your next plugin release will be. I'm not gonna fucking go through this again. I am not doing a plugin ever again. This shit's dumb as fuck. Ugh. Now, do you have to go through this every single time you have an update for it? Yeah, exactly. Six day waits always make things 10 times more. Yeah, exactly. Like, it could have been avoided. Literally, if they had a live chat or something. Even if the chat had like a half-hour wait or something. And you could then just like type, oh, you know, what do I fucking need to fucking do? And they're like, oh, this. And you're like, oh, yeah, cool, let me just do that. Be back in 5 minutes. And then, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, on Gumroad, we'll take it. Yeah, exactly. And if it doesn't work, you just get a fucking refund. Just running through the build system, it takes an hour anyway. I don't know. It takes me like 10 seconds to build it. Takes me 10 seconds to build these nuts. Anyway, I'll show you where it was. It's the Prismatica, not the editor build.cs. The one that they'd been flagging for 2 weeks. It's the Prismatica build CS. Some copyright should be here. There you go. Why did it say some copyright should be here? Thought I'd check that file. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. I just checked the one they flagged. Why should I have to comb through every single fucking thing for a damn copyright notice on a build file that's generated by the freaking engine. Like, what the fuck? Oh. Not happy, Jan. Absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Anyway, where were we? This is me right now. Literally me right now. No, that wasn't violent enough. Hold on. Oh, and I can't move. Yeah, fuck. All right. Hold on. Literally me right now. Dedge. Painful butt slide? Yeah, exactly. All right, anyway, let's get to work. So, refactor time. So I had another thought about this refactor. So you know how I was saying that the Picos well, actually, no, not on Picos, on Entity, right? How I wanted to like write this so that it could be more modular if people wanted to like tear it out and whatever. So I was thinking the I don't want to write it with an interface, but that'd be kind of lame. But I was thinking I could get rid of the manager objects, right? Because the manager objects are essentially literally just an entire object that contains an array that can then, you know, that's just pointers to other things. The only reason I was doing like Picos manager is to just contain the functions that get used for the thing, right? Yeah, exactly. So the functions are on the manager. What I'm thinking is maybe I just move these functions, there's not really that many yet, to a subsystem, like a singleton, which can just edit the subcontainer's array by reference. You know what I mean? So like if I wanted to search all containers for first space, incoming entity object, get the array from the entity, or maybe like have an interface or something that, you know, can get all subcontainers, and then search container for space, blah, 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 blah. It would then, you know, do you know what I mean? So like maybe we still put the I don't know. It's tough. So the contained entities array would be on the entity itself, which is fine. It's just that the functions kind of get really dirtied if they're all there. I could just put the functions on the entity itself, which again would be kind of the same as, yeah, like a function library sort of thing. The thing with the function library is that it will appear, you know, like with like interfaces, it's like they just pop up when you don't want them to in the thingo. Plus, like a function library, like this whole thing is only accessed by entities. Just trying to think how to decouple all the stuff without like over-engineering it, and also needing to create sub-objects just to house an array and access to the functions, you know. Because like, let's say, for example, you download Open Prismatica, the open source Prismatica project, and you're like, oh, I really love how, you know, the inventories work in Prismatica, but I don't need the attribute system and all that kind of shit. But it's like the way that the... Ooh, fuck, I got a bad headache. The way that the containers work, like nested containers and stuff, it's like if you want to search all containers and then search containers within the containers within the containers, you have to be able to get the... Like, it is all kind of built around this entity object class. But if someone wanted to replace entity class with their own class for whatever reason, then it would be a bit of a nightmare. So it's kind of a balance between making it performant and memory efficient for my project, but also making it so that people can tear it out and fiddle with it for their own stuff, if they chose to. Do you know what I mean? Unless we just say that the entity is the thing. But yeah, maybe a singleton. Possibly. No, then I'd have to, like, get it all the time. I mean, a function library would work. Because it's accessible from anywhere and da-da-da-da-da. What parts of reuse plugin you see others using? I can imagine people using the entity, the PyCos, where it's like, you know, you've got entities parented to entities, and each container is, you know, like a, has its own rules and that kind of thing. I think singletons vary coupling? Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll just move them to the library function. Because it would be entity object. Or, I mean, it could even be object, interface, get contained objects? But the whole thing is built around entities containing entities. Like we expect this class when we write the functions. If we were to do it really modularly, we would have to search container for space incoming object, interface, get blah, 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 can entity fit at index, blah, blah, blah. But if we want to do the subcontainers, we'd have to recursively call that interface over and over and shit. Which just sounds not very performant, because it's like calling an interface, while it is, you know, it's cheap. It's like, it's not... It's cheaper to just get a variable that we're expecting from the class that we're inputting. You know? Does that make sense? Especially for like big recursive searches and whatnot. So maybe I do just want to move it back onto the entity. You know? Like, yeah, it is more coupled, but it's like... It's like it is more coupled, but... It's just way more performant. Hide away the recursive in the blueprint function / subsystem. Yeah, but it will still be recursively calling the interface to, like, you know, get the contained objects array from the... So, like, in the current system, we've got entity. Each entity, well, at the moment has a manager, like a PyCos manager, which just holds each PyCos. But we could just, you know, we don't need that, technically. And it's kind of, well, if that was there... No, because the entity is the thing that gets stored. And the entity contains, like, it's, you know, what's my grid dimensions and all that kind of shit. So using a separate object like the PyCos manager would be a chunk more expensive than an interface because you have to go find the object. That's true, that's true. And this would have each PyCos container, which then has references to all of the entities inside it. So, like, already PyCos is expecting entities, right? And if I had to make it a generic object, then call an interface on a generic object to get its PyCos manager to then get its PyCos containers. In order to, like, do this, you know, we'd still have to have all of this shit. But then if we just got rid of the manager and just had a blueprint function library that could take in generic object, and then get PyCos containers from an interface, and then for each of them, they would have their contained objects. So this would just be generic object. We just define this as object, not as entity. And then get the PyCos container, get the objects array from that PyCos container. And then this would just link straight to there. We'd have to call that interface on them to then get their PyCos array and then their objects within them. So I don't know, it's sort of... It's like an extra step. Whereas if it's just expecting an entity, it means we don't have to call any interfaces. It's literally just get your array of PyCos containers. And then in each PyCos container, it has a list of entities. And then each of those entities has PyCos containers, and then each of those PyCos containers has their own entities, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like... I guess it's only one interface call per dude. But that will mean that everything has to be interfaced, like, well, not per layer, but like per layer to the power of however many things are within each thing, you know? If we want to do like a search all. You know what I mean? What was I just saying then? Something about... Right. Everything would have to be interfaced, such as just getting the dimensions of the thing, or getting the volume, or getting the weight, or anything like that. Like, everything would have to be a getter interface. And a setter interface. Which we then run into that whole fucking thing about blueprint interfaces where if they don't have a return function, they have to be an event rather than a function. Otherwise you get errors and shit. Which would be nice because sometimes you don't want everything. I mean, kind of, but if it's expecting an entity, we can just get. We can just be like, oh yeah, entity class, get, you know, static data, get the stack size or something. We can implement something relevant to the food. Well, yeah, but the way it's kind of all set up is that everything's just has tags, and we can use tags as includes and excludes and all that kind of stuff anyway. Although we need to have an interface for getTag, because it would be a generic object class, which doesn't have a tag. I'm sure you had to set interface function by adding and removing network. Yeah, there is like workarounds to it, which is real janky. Frick it, I think we just hard code it into entity just for the sake of this project. And if someone wants to use it, they can just use an entity object, construct an entity object for their characters or items or whatever. I mean, like, it would... If someone wanted to actually use any of this stuff, they'd be building something from the ground up anyway. Not just like, oh, I've got this existing inventory system, but I want to be able to put items within items, you know? They'd have to yeet the whole thing anyway. And if they didn't want the property system, which would also be straight on the entity class, they could just delete that and delete all of the functions related to the property system, or the attribute system, or whatever you want to call it. Because I was also thinking the attribute system could just be inherent to entities. That way we wouldn't have to have a property manager and blah, blah, blah. But that one's less egregious because it's like... It's not like each property has a property manager. It's not like recursively... It's not like doubling the amount of objects that we have constructed. Because it's just per entity, one property manager object. And then it manages all the properties related to that entity. Know what I'm saying? Throwing it on entities it is? Yeah, I reckon. Also, Adam, sorry, I saw you. Sorry, replaced my brain cells. I understand everything now. I don't know how I didn't get what you were trying to tell me before. I actually feel dumb as fuck. No. That's fine. Everyone's dumb as fuck sometimes. Even me. Especially me. What bit weren't you clicking with? Like the hash grid thinger? Or like getting the closest portal or whatnot? Didn't get the grid. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, I had to leave and make nachos while you were in the middle of that that video. Because yeah, the gist of it is, if I've got a huge map or a huge level, and I've got like, let's just say like 1 million entities in the level, and I want to be like, oh, you know, and I'm just here. And I'm like, oh, I want to get the closest thing to me. You could just be like, get all actors of class, you know, actor, and then iterate through all 1 million of them, doing a, you know, if distance less than lowest distance, then set new lowest distance and index. And then iterate through all of them, and then you're left with the one that had the lowest distance. And then it's like, oh yeah, we found it. But it's like, if you could just choose the ones in this radius to even like iterate over, or just in, you know, neighboring cells, then it cuts down the computation time, because it's like, oh, we can just be like, get the things in these grid cells, because they've already registered to those grid cells. So there's like maybe 20 of them, and then we just iterate through those 20 and get the nearest one. So in your case, for the sound path, or even the AI pathing path, you would be like, here's enemy, here's player, get the nearest node to the enemy, and then do the A-star path from there. You know, go through all the doors and the weights and that kind of stuff. And then, before you'd start the pathing, you'd get the one closest to the player as well, which would be this one, because you'd do your hash grid thingo. And then, yeah, path from there to that one. And then, you know, checking along the way when you have line of sight of the player, you can then just go, like, straight towards them. Or even, like, along the way, yeah, like, you could do your line trace avoidance Boyd type thing. No, it's all good. We all get hungry stupid sometimes. All right, let's refactor number 3. PLSS. PLSS large SimSys. We go to entity object. We are going to give this entity contained, we'll just call it PyCos containers. PyCos containers. Where the hell are they? PyCos base entity container object. Bam. We don't need PyCos container manager. I'm just going to delete that, so then I get a bunch of errors. Cool. Then we go to base entity container blah blah blah. We get this one, we get this one. We do that there, we get this one there. Entity container, entity object. That's the manager. So we want the manager to transfer functions to this fella. No, that's just changing the thing. Alright, I have to copy paste it. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Get all contained entities. Well, that would be... Right, that's the recursive one. And then remove entity from previous da-da-da. Remove entity from previous location is on object itself. Yeah, so paste there. Cool. We do this one again. Set owning entity. Why are you not... Yeah? Initialize container manager. Right, because we don't have an owning entity because we are the owning entity. So this would actually just be called initialize PyCos containers. Which we just yeet this. We then just get the entity static data from self. We then get the PyCos container types for this entity. And we say, hey, spawn me these fellas. Beautiful. Then we construct PyCos base container entity object and initialize them. The owning entity is self. Instead of eventually having an array of PyCosi, it could just have a single PyCos that contains the other PyCos, right? So it's easier to not do that. While it's, a PyCos doesn't contain other PyCos, it contains entities. And those entities contain PyCos. So it's kind of like a tiramisu, you know? It's like jelly, then cream, then jelly, then cream, then jelly, then cream. Is there a PyCos on it? Yeah, exactly. A PyCos is like a property of an entity. But it isn't an entity itself. A PyCos can't exist without an entity. You know, like a a bag space can't exist without a bag. The bag's internal space is a property of the bag itself, if that kind of makes sense. New acronym found, tiramisu. Pastry can't exist without a baker? Exactly, exactly. Also, Amethyst, how is it going? Good morning. Good Monday morning. Wait, is it? Yeah, it is Monday. Although it's Sunday for you past dwellers. Why are you putting jelly in tiramisu? Isn't that tiramisu? What am I thinking of? Hold on. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I'm not thinking of tiramisu. No, tiramisu's like coffee and shit. What am I thinking of? Where it's like, or maybe it's just the tiramisu that Fran makes. Yeah, maybe trifle? That's the one. That's the one. It's a trifle. The old triflerino. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, so this is like entity, Picos, entity, Picos, you know? Can we get all contained entities list, which is this function, but then this is angry because we have to reference this one in itself. And this one has to go deep. Question mark, question mark. Why? Why not? What do you mean, why not? What the hell? What could trifle stand for? Although it would have to have a silent P at the start, which is fine. It has to be a trifle. Like pterodactyl. Trifle. Alright, let's put this as Picos. Initialize Picos manager isn't real now. Yeah. Well, actually, where was this getting referenced? This was getting referenced in... No, where were you getting called? In initialize entity. So this should now be initialize Picos containers, not Picos manager, because the manager isn't real anymore. If you like entity component thing, entity Picos, it's still very object orientated. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a recursive inventory. So, like, you can store entities in entities, and the entities within entities can have entities stored within them, which can have entities stored within them. So you could have an army made up of squads, made up of people who all have backpacks, who have chickens, like live chickens in their backpacks, and those chickens have worms in their bellies. And if I said, search army for worms, Oh, we could do like, could we do an A* search through entities? But we'd have to know, no, it wouldn't really make sense, because we'd... I'm that structure, but confused by the PyCos bit. So the PyCos, right. So, rather than each entity having a direct list of their contained entities, they have an array of PyCos containers, which is the Prismatica inherent container object system. So, for example, a character, or a human H, might have an equipment PyCos. They might have a prison pocket PyCos, and they might have a stomach PyCos. So, and all of these would have their own rules. So, for example, the equipment one, we can look up the container by tag, so the container itself. So we can be like, oh, we want to equip this helmet, get the equipment PyCos by tag, and just see if it can fit anywhere, or add it to this particular index or something. And it would be like, oh yeah, you don't have anything in your helmet slot, which is essentially like a list, right? You can have items of any grid size, but you can't have two occupying the same slot. Whereas, like, the stomach might be a volumetric container, which can hold any item as long as its volume doesn't exceed the stomach. So we can eat an apple, which is usually like a grid object, or we can drink water, which is a volumetric entity. So, like, you can't store water in a grid container. It just, like, you can't just have a square of water in a backpack. Why is it different, the way you compose different functionality on the... Exactly. Different storage functionality. Yeah. But the storage itself doesn't have logic. Well, it has different rules that override functions like, you know, add item at index. Like, an index might mean different things for an equipment PyCos, where it's like, you know, number 0 is the head and number 1 is the chest and whatever. For, like, a grid inventory, it's like, you know, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so, you know, they can take up multiple indices when they're in there. And then a volumetric one is... It doesn't care. It will just add things at index. You know, just as many as you want in the array, as long as it doesn't exceed the volume of the stomach. Although... the way that the stomach will actually work, I know this is, I've said this before, but we would have an equipment. We would then have a limbs or a body PyCos, which holds an array, like any amount of limbs, or actually it would be limb slots. So it would essentially be like an equipment, but it's just got a different tag and whatever. And then the stomach would actually be an item. Same with, like, your arms and your legs. Arm, leg, head, I guess. So they would actually be items. And then the stomach would have a picos called a stomach picos. And then that would be the one that actually has the functionality for, like, you know, holding items in the stomach and digesting them. And the stomach would be the thing actually doing the digesting, which would then affect the human's doodad. Can you get multiple stomachs, fill them all with alcohol and drugs? I mean, yes. Code-wise, yes. Because the way it would be programmed is that the stomach is independent and simply modifies properties of the human. Although the stomach would also have its own properties. But yeah. And so, like, essentially you could rescue someone who was swallowed by a giant worm or something. Or if, like, if a bear, who would win in a fight, a bear or a picos? If a bear swallowed something important, you could you could retrieve it. Which is a bit gruesome, but... Should you make cutting out a bunch of pixels using them as pouches? Yeah, well actually, yeah, a stomach would have a grid contain a space. So you could actually use stomachs as bags. Whether that's for, like, you know, putting solids in or putting in substance. There you go. Or, like, you could use someone's arm as a weapon against them. Like, you know, cut off the arm, slap them in the face. Them little stomachs inside your body like that. Yeah, exactly. Only lizard people can do that. Back to the lizard people. The lizard waifus. Yo, why do Argonians have booba? You know what I mean? Additional emotional damage for being hit with the own arm. Yeah, nice. Alright, anyway, so that's all good now. I can delete the container manager. Yep. And then we can just move on with the rest of the refactor. There's a troll system again. Yeah, it's planned. Everything's planned. See you guys in 20 years when this is all actually done. Alright, container manager, you are epic Dej moment. Entity container manager. Why were you referenced in... Yeah, fuck it. Force delete. Show me the errors. Item object. Yep. Alright, now what were you angry about? Can't connect pins, update item, get all contain... Right. This would just be get item object. Or just get entity object. Oh no, this is an entity. Doi? Items are entities. Get contained... Wait, what's this? Get contained... Get all contained entities list. Yeah, and then update their registered properties. How deep are you gonna let people nest stuff? As much as they want, but there is a caveat that all containers and any kind of like grid style container can only be smaller than the size that the thing takes up itself. So, like, if a backpack is, like, 10 by 10... 10 by 10 grid space, it can only have a 9 by 9 space inside itself. So you can't do, like, infinitely nested spatial containers. You could do... And I could do this in the previous iteration. If you have a backpack that you can link a backpack, like, to the side of it or something, you can just create a huge train of backpacks. So, like, if you've got a backpack that has, like, clips on the side that you can link another backpack to, you can just infinitely chain them together, but the weight will add up and your character will get more encumbered, you know. And because they'd all be physically simulated, you'd probably get destroyed by the physics damage. Although you could probably destroy other characters with, like, physics jank by doing that. Gonna have a backpack full of backpacks. As long as those backpacks fit within that backpack, yes. So you could have a 10 by 10 backpack with a 9 by 9 backpack in it, with an 8 by 8 backpack in that one, with a 7 by 7, with a, you know, so on. So on, so on. Long live chaos. Online casino, sports betting, esports, Twitch equals scam, fixed match. Hello, hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death, and you will be stronger. That's very based. Open your tap every evening and never turn it off. Add bleach to food and throw it in the forest and the sea with the plastic. Money will come to you. With a Paimon emote. Shit. That's actually really... What was that guy's name that was always spamming all the emotes and stuff? In like a few streams ago. Remember that guy? Who was like... Just like... I don't know. The guy. I feel like this is like a kind of subliminal brainwashing. Long live chaos. Online casino, sports betting, esports, Twitch equals scam. Fixed match. Hello, hell doesn't exist. Don't be afraid of death and you will be stronger. Open your tap every evening and never turn it... What is that bit? I wonder what that bit means. Open your tap every evening and never turn it off. Does that mean, like, to waste water? Add bleach to food and throw it into the forest and the sea with the plastic. Money will come to you. I feel like there's a really profound message in there. But then the icing on the cake is the Genshin Impact mascot emote at the end of it. Looks like it's translated from China. Yeah. True. Oh, is it maybe a like a Chinese propaganda bot? Like the you know how they were doing like a whole thing where they'd like get people to be like, China's so great, but like to flood the Western media with Chinese propaganda? It's an old Chinese saying, exactly. Yeah, they knew what plastic was thousands of years ago. And Twitch. And sports betting. Well, I mean, sports betting's probably existed for thousands of years, but... You know. Alright, let me do an editor refresh, just so we get more errors. Alright, back to the map. Also, how's everyone doing? How is everyone? Tell me about your day. Tell me about your weekend. I'd love to hear about your weekend. I'm very interested in your feelings. Chat. Had 8 hours of work this weekend? Hell yeah. On that MF grind. Yo, hustling. Yo, who up hustling they hustle? Alright, let's see. Alright, so it's widget time now. It is widget time. Who up teaching they company's kids Unreal Engine for 9 hours over 2 days? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, also, anyone with brain, let's say I... Let's say Let's say I have an eye. No, okay, let's say I want to have, like, debug options. Like an, you know, console... Not console commands, but like a tester-exclusive debug menu in the top corner. And, like, I want a bunch of, you know, toggles and that kind of thing that alter the functionality of anything. Anything. But I want to do it efficiently. Where is the best place to store that kind of shit? No, I mean like in-game. So like during runtime, I can be like, oh. I mean, the thing that I'm thinking about right now is just a toggle to instantly transfer items without the... without animations or ownership checks. Cheat manager? Okay. So is a cheat manager just a singleton that you can build a thing in Unreal? Okay. So I could just be like, get the PyCos, and then sorry, get the widget. Get our widget. And then I've forgotten where I put it. The UVP item, blah blah blah, just wherever. Item icon, whatever the fuck. And I want it to be like, if blah 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 blah, then so you can like get cheat manager. Would that be a thing I can do? Get cheat manager, right. Play controller, cheat manager. And then I would... Would I have to cast that? Okay, yeah. Yep. Prismatica cheat manager, get the doodad. Yeah. It's like a gamer. Gotcha. Can you... Okay, here's one other thing. Can I do an editor, an in-editor in Blueprint? Can I do editor-only branch? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please. Probably not. I might have to write a function. Yeah, I was gonna say C++ would be a good one. Because I'd want to... You know, it's like a tiny little performance thing, but it's like... No, actually, no, you know what? Fuck it. We can do the bool every time, even in a shipped build. Because I feel like if... Even in a shipped tester build... Cheat manager does not exist in release builds. So then what does it... So what does it do then? So, okay, so it's just valid. Yeah. What if I want it to exist? Oh, no, that would be in a dev build. Anyway, let me catch up on the chat. Oh, so Paige, how's it going? Welcome. So how do you live in Australia and be alive when everything wants to kill you there? Serious question. I don't know. I guess I'm just a giga chad, you know? I guess I'm just a giga chad. I've got a few spiders in here. There's one big hairy one, and the rest are like little funny fellas. Daddy long legs. Dade long legs. But the huntsmans don't attack. They are very nice, you know? You pay tribute, exactly. That's right. You put your arms by your side and you bow your head. Although, to be fair, redback spiders, which I think is a redback spider literally just a black widow? It's the Australian black widow, right. Redback spider, also known as the Australian black widow, is a species of highly venomous spider believed to originate in South Australia or adjacent Western Australian deserts, but now found throughout Australia, Southeast Asia, and New Zealand. There we go. Right. Interesting. Ugh, I hate redbacks. Although we don't get them. We don't get them in this house, at least. Alien freaky shit in Australia. It's, you know, it's not that bad. Honestly, we don't have like physically like dangerous predators in Australia. Like we don't have wolves or bears or I don't know. We do have crocodiles, but only in like, you know, only like way out there in the middle of Australia. I think the apex predator around here is eagles. Roos are not... No, kangaroos... I don't know. People think, like, kangaroos are, like, territorial or something, but they're literally, like, deer that stand on their back legs. Like, if you get within 100 meters or 150 meters from a kangaroo, they will... Like, the entire pack will just sprint the other way as soon as they see someone. So yeah, kangaroos, not dangerous at all. But yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah, there was an ad. I was just saying that kangaroos are fine and that there aren't any physically dangerous predator animals in Australia. Because, like, in America, you've got, like, wolves and you've got, like, bears. And you've got, like, I don't know, fucking coyotes or something. But in Australia, we've got, like, foxes. Like, literally, foxes are the most dangerous predatory animal in, like, 99% of Australia. Or, like, wedge-tailed eagles. Which, like, eagles are kind of... You could probably have your baby stolen by an eagle in Australia. They're like 3 times the size of the American mold eagle. Casual house scorpion. I've never seen a scorpion before, actually. Like in real life. 5-foot tall foxes? No, they're like tiny little dinky ones. Family has a thing for naming huntsmen after philosophers. I like that. That's good. A lot of animals are native, so they're protected. You can't kill a magpie, koala, etc. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can't kill... You're not supposed to kill snakes, but... You're allowed to hunt kangaroos. I think like over 2 million kangaroos get culled every year, and they just keep on coming back. They just keep on coming back. I mean, roos are essentially like a pest animal at this point. Same with camels. There are too many camels in the Australian desert, like wild camels. And I think wild horses? Are brumbies still a thing? Or is that like 90s shit? Did they get that under control? Maybe horses are the apex predator in Australia. No natural predator for them? Yeah, exactly. There's, nothing can kill a kangaroo. But kangaroos are herbivores. Kangaroos only eat grass. So, kangaroos don't kill anything, but nothing can kill them. Which is why they're just everywhere. They can steal your carrots. That's true. They can also poo all over your lawn every single morning. And you have to go out there with 22 and just shoot one up in the air. Just... Get off my lawn! Must be a natural predator at some point. Like, maybe it was the bugs. Real talk, okay, yeah, magpie swooping is kind of dangerous. Magpies are kind of crazy. I'm not a big Magpies. I mean, I'm a Magpies, like, footy fan. You know, can the Pies. Pies are the best team. 2023 Premiership winners. Hello. Yeah. Bad start to the season this time around, though. 2 losses in a row. I'm not actually a big football fan, but, like... My whole family's, like, you know, Collingwood supporters. Although I don't mind watching footy. Footy's a very it's a very like dexterity based skill. Dexterity skill based sport. Dexterity and endurance. It's less about the it's less like strength endurance like rugby or American football. What a good build. Good character build. Stop being distracted. No, it's all good. I stream to be distracted. If I wanted to get work done, I wouldn't stream. Okay, speaking of getting distracted, I need to pee, so I'll be right back. I'm back. And yes, I even wash my hands. All right. That's just in-game art from like a year ago. I think I did that one. Yeah. That was too quick. What do you mean too quick? What do you... I have the privilege of being able to stand up. I don't even have to go into the bathroom. I can just it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Unless it's just a joke. Alright, so we have our Picos. The Picos has a base entity container object. We have the Picos static data, which I can't remember what the static data was for now. Picos static data. It had the container class, the widget class, the allowed items list, the disallowed items list. So, right, that was just so we didn't have duplicate data on, let's say we have 1 million basic backpack ones. We don't have to duplicate all of this data per object. Which isn't... Did I already ask? I think I already asked people with brains, if you set something to blueprint read only, it'll still instance that data, right? Because blueprint read only is just like, you can still edit it through C++, which means that it has to be instanced ready to be thingo. So settings, yeah. Okay. So using the static data as a little abstraction is good. So in our entity defaults, we have a what's it called? A list of static datae, and then it spawns the class from that. And then the spawn thing can get the widget and do the stuff with it. And then all the other base data, allowed items, disallowed items, is in there. And then if we wanted extra data, we make a child. Okay. Bathroom mirror extends behind the toilet and every guy complains about it. Damn. Imagine having to... Who designs a bathroom like that? Just like every guy when they use the bathroom just has to be reminded of how small their willy is. Also, Krim, how's it going? Oh, a woman, apparently. I think I've... There was a beach house once. Oh, I've seen it in like other places, but like, when you've got a toilet that's facing like a shower, and the shower is made of glass, or the door's made of glass, and you can see your reflection while you're sitting on the toilet. I find that weird. But I don't know, it's just weird. It just feels like there's no, like, privacy, you know? Brother also has... Wait, does that mean that you can... Does that mean you get, like, an infinity mirror effect? If there's a mirror behind the toilet, and then there's a reflection from the shower. So it's like you're in a room full of, like, a crowd of people who are just, you know, sharing the experience. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's intimidating. It sounds very intimidating. Widget class. This is called PyCos widget class. Alright. Okay, so on construction of the... This is now called entity icon. So item icon. Let's go to your folder. You are now called entity icon. Bam. Save. You now init entity icon, and you pass through, believe it or not, an entity object. Bam. And then we're going to set, wait for it, an entity object reference. Bam. Sweet. Change the variable type. Break my shit. Fuck my shit up. Hell yeah. This is also called entity object. Right. So you're going to DIY. You are going to get grid, entity grid dimensions. We're going to schwam that in there. Okay, here's another question. Settings menu stuff. Where, if you had like an option for, you know, inventory grid size in pixels something, where would we want that? Would we chuck that in game mode and load it from a save file data doodad? You know what I mean? Expensive inner city Melbourne apartments, you know? I'd ask for a refund. I'd just be like, you know what? I think this whole bathroom deal, I'm going to contact the ombudsman and I want a refund. I just throw it on the parent-most UI widget, but yeah, safe says I'm not sure. Well, there is no parent-most UI widget. The widgets are all independent. So each object owns the widget. Which I should probably change so that it's like we construct their widget when we interact with it, rather than having everything's widget readily available. That'd probably be much better design. But like, you know, can I be bothered? Don't know. Enter the object Picos. Get Picos. Do that. You are going to return a Picos. Why do we need to do that? We don't want to do that, actually. You know? Could be global setting subsystem with subcategories. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like... yeah. Yeah. Which is probably where I'd put, like, the cheat manager stuff. If I wanted to ship the cheat manager with the game. You know what I mean? Or, like, yeah. With development builds. But I'm guessing the cheat manager is still enabled in a development build. Just not a, like, a release build. But it would be nice. I feel like if someone wanted to go through the trouble of, like, hacking the game so they could just, like, fuck around or whatever, then... no, because I guess it wouldn't even be in the thing. It wouldn't even get compiled in. So they'd have to make their own cheat engine editor thing, which would be a pain in the ass. Because good luck reading compiled blueprints, idiot. Hmm. Hmm. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Picos. So for each Picos, these need a widget. Do I want to... I probably want the Picos to have a construct widget function. Construct their own widget function. Because we have to essentially recursively create widgets. You know, like... So, Picos container object. Entity grid container object. Where's the, oops. Base entity container object. All right, you need a function called construct with Picos widget. You are going to grab your Picos static data. You are going to get the widget class. You need to pass through the entity widget. Owning entity widget. Which is the entity widget. Entity icon. That's it. Icon widget. Because we then want to construct... No. We want to widget. Create widget. Hello. I want to make this widget. And we want to add it to this one, depending on some criteria. Like, oh, this widget goes, you know, to the fucking left or something. Or it's internal, or it's whatever. Or do we want that to be in the widget itself? Who's constructing this widget? The container or the widget? What's it called? The add child? Or parent? What's the fucking... Oh, do I have to do that? Add child. Oh, right. It has to be to the panel doodad. So this is container grid. Add to this. And then init that. And then that would get all the entities within it. And then they would do their own container stuff and blah, 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 blah. Elmarath, hello, hello. Do you know how to add a widget item to the uniform grid panel without changing the overall size of the one slot? I do not. Unfortunately. I'm too stupid. UI is not my strong point. So essentially, like, let's do an example, right? Also, let's just skip over this. So we have our equipment component, equipment PyCos on our character entity. We have a backpack equipped. We want to view our doodad. So the character PyCos for the equipment will have the kind of equipment layout. And then in those sockets, we have an item. So we initialize the entity icon, which is the backpack. It will do its thing, set its size, all good, all good. And then the backpack will construct its PyCosi. So in this case, it would be the grid. And maybe if it had sockets on the side of it or something. So we'd want to be like, construct PyCos widget for each of the containers in the backpack. This would then go through and be like, hey, grid backpack thingo, create this one, and then add, where is add to, right, we need to get that from the item widget thing from here, which is the item box, whatever, and then add child, which would then be this. Bam. But we need like a destination. So okay, yeah. Now it's starting to come back to me. The actual dude for this is we have the item box. This one. No, don't fuck around with that. We have the border outline main. We have the image icon, which is like the actual image of it. Then we have the text. We have our debug info, bam, 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 which we can hide if we wanted. Then we have, okay, here it is. Left sockets, right sockets, bottom sockets, top sockets. So if we had multiple, so we basically just need to say, hey, is this a left, right, top or bottom socket? And if we have multiple on the side, it will just add them one after the other. Because these are vertical stack boxes. These are horizontal stack boxes, which I believe are center justified, but the left and right are upward justified. So we need a All right, so let's think. Let's think. Do I want an enum? Let's say we've got backpack, right? And then each PyCos is its own object. We've got the grid, which the grid might just take up the full thing. Or it might be a case of we have the grid and then a socket here. Or maybe we've got two grids. One that's, I don't know, cooled and one that's normal. And then we might have a thing on the side and another thing on the side and then one on the bottom for like a bedroll or whatever. I guess these would just be determined by which one is in the list first, in its default list. Same with, like, if we had two here, and we wanted to be like, oh yeah, you can put, like, a sword in here and a whatever in there, and, you know, it would just resize to fit it and shit. We'd have to have a flag for whether it's an external container. In which case, if we wanted to store the backpack in a chest, it would need to have its external slots emptied. Or when we add it to the chest, we would need to check whether, if we added the backpack itself, there's enough space to just dump these in detached. You know, whatever was in them. And if there isn't, we can't add that to the thing. Okay, cool. So then do I want to say container widget position as just a vector, where I can say like -1, +1, negative, or +1, -1? Or do I just want to do an enum that says upper, lower, left, right? Up, down, left, right. Or internal, I guess. And then I can just say if internal enum, then good on ya. That would mean I don't... That, yeah. Yeah. Although, what... So the character's equipment... PyCos... Is it internal to the character? I guess it is internal to the character, but we wouldn't be able to fit it. Do you know what I mean? Or like you can... How big is a character? Because a character can have all of their equipment on them. So then if we wanted to put a person in a barrel... Because then we could technically do an infinite container stack. Do you know what I mean? If we can fit a character in a backpack, potentially, like a small character, and that character has a backpack that has all the stuff in it, here's a question. Can we... Let's say there's a dead character in our backpack. Can we unequip equipment from them while they're in the backpack? So what I'm trying to say is when we have our... Let's say we hit our equipment button, right? And keep in mind, our equipment, or our equipment interface, is the same as if we were looting someone else that we defeated or whatever. If we were, like, inspecting someone's equipment. How the fuck do I want to do that? I could just have a boolean that says... only showable... Only visible when parentmost. Which means that if we hit our inventory, or yeah, our equipment button, we spawn our character entity widget by itself. Just character entity. And then it says, character entity. Get all of our Picos, spawn their widgets. So it will spawn our equipment widget, which has all the slots laid out in a particular arrangement. And then each of those slots will have an item on them, potentially. And then those items will spawn their Picos widget. So the backpack will have the grid. It'll spawn all the items that are in the backpack and blah, 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 blah. But then if we had a character in our backpack, it would be like, nope, we're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna spawn this one because we are already in a container. We're not the parentmost container or parentmost entity. That would also work for the, doodads, the external sockets, because we wouldn't want to show external sockets on a backpack that's in a backpack. I think I've answered all my questions. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening to my GDC talk. Will we learn what a Picos is at GDC? Yeah, maybe one day. In 20 years. In 20 years. So Picos static data... Wait, what's this again? Picos container basic data struct. The fuck was that for again? Sorry, why do I have static data? Did I end up reference? Is this getting used anywhere? Multi-slot container object. That's right. Because each equipment slot was going to have its own dudes. Which should be on the static data. Not the object. This should be on a multi-slot container, multi-single slot container doodad. Because, yeah, if we have 100 characters who all have equipment, that means that all of this data would be duplicated. Like all their tags, all their whatever. So this should all be in a static data asset. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's do a blueprint enum. Everyone's favorite shit. Picos, container, widget, position, enum. Alright, number 1, add enumerator. We've got our left. We've got our right. We've got our up or top. We've got our bottom. Do we need to specify internal? Because I feel like that's just a tick box one, you know? No, internal is a direction, but then the flag for. So let's do container widget position, container enum, fucking whatever. What was it called? Container widget position. BP enum? Yeah, I know. Better than BP struct? Hell yeah. Fuck BP structs. BP structs are illegal, although I use them a lot. You know, because I want people to, like, you know, be able to, like, you know, see how the game works and something. It's not that I hate C++, it's just that, like, I feel like people could learn a lot from, you know, the open source nature of things if it was in Blueprint. So, like, you know, like people that are just, like, getting into, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shown when contained? Or shown when nested? Or visible when nested? Visible when nested? Boolean? Bam. Very thoughtful? Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm just a thoughtful person. Proof is good to teach people basic programming so that when they make the jump, they at least have the fundamental knowledge of logic flows and OOP. Exactly. See, finally we agree on something. Finally you say something that isn't stupid. Yeah, I know we always agree. Yeah, except BP structs. Yeah, they're pretty cursed. Alright, why are we angry here? Yeah. No, you are not wait, item object. Where are you coming from? You are entity object. You are... Sorry, why does that not work? Because this should contain... Oh, no, because it's in the... You know what? Fuck it. Go in here. Update relevant UI. You get... Move to parent class, and that's it. Bam. Now you should be happy. Alright, and that will be you. There you go, son of a. Little Sonava. Yeah. Data side is no, you are not real. You are the from entity. No, hold on. You get owning entity. There you go. From entity from Picos. Let me just fix up these. Fuck that. Don't, whatever. You are just text. You are just text. You're just debug text. Oh, look, even more debug text. Hell yeah. Look, even more debug text. Just get out of here, brother. And lastly... Okay, well, entity. Get quantity data. Current quantity, bam. Sweet. Alright. So, entity icon. You're doing all your thing, blah, 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 blah. That's all. Can I just, like, close everything? Initialize, hello. We want a dude called parentmost. Parentmost entity question mark. This is Boolean. Then the default of this should be false. These can just get put up there for a sec. So we probably don't have to do this inside the Picos class anymore. We could just do get the Picos containers get static D. We can then get the widget. Construct it. No, what's it called? Add widget. No, fuck off. Add widget? Widget? Create widget? Create widget. Smack that into there. A Picos widget class. Bam. We're just owning entity object. So wait, when I initialize it, do we init Picos widget? Picos container base. Yeah, let's just do owning item. Owning entity object. This is all irrelevant now. Why is get parentmost Picos container in item object? Go upper class, dickhead. Get parentmost Picos. Yeah, well, fuck off. There you go. Wait, don't I already have a... No, I have a get all contained, which will recursively get all contained. Then get parentmost Picos is another recursive bad boy. Where we go up. So you you get parent most PyCos container. Yeet. Bam bam. Love a good old recursion. Also, we don't need this. We can just literally get this and do that. Until it's no longer contained inside a PyCos. That's how we know that it's the parent most. If that is not valid, then the contained inside PyCos is that, and then the owning entity is that one. Easy mode. Is this just something integrated into Prismatica specifically, or are you going to plug in this thing? So I thought about doing it as a plugin, but it would require, like, heaps of interface calls. And... because, like, we'd have to use generic object class. But as it is right now, you could just use the entity class itself. And just, you know, go from there. So, like, if you were going to do items and you wanted to do it this way, you could just reparent your item to entity. And then you could just have... we'd have to reparent everything to entity. So, I don't know. It's kind of... it's not really plug-inable. Yeah, like, as one big system, it could be plug-inable. Like, yeah, it would be a framework, exactly. And, like, you could detach the attribute, you know, the simulation property stuff, and just have the PyCos. So it would be called the entity PyCos coupling. But then you could just, you know, do entity and the simulation property stuff by just gutting all of the, you know, anything that's in PyCos and whatever. Start submitting to the marketplace now, and you'll finish the refactors and submission at the same time. Nice. Kind of working on the same thing. Yeah, it sounds like it. All the stuff that you've showed seems very similar. Same but different. Same but different. You hate it? What do you mean you hate it? I love it. I'm having so much fun. Widget should probably have a reference to its own PyCos, right? Also, I don't like doing exposed on spawn. I think I will remove that. And just initialize, with the initialize having the stuff. Just a bit, you know, it forces me to do the initialization. Oh, no. PyCos container based. There we go. No, wait, I already did this. No, I didn't. Write the variable. There we go. Oh, so I will call this widgets owning. Bam. Stream schedule's out of alignment with my sleep schedule at the moment. He's meant to base his life around mine. Yeah, sorry. Soz. Yeah, I had a family thing yesterday, so I had to be awake during the day. It was a memorial service. And then I slept early. Well, not early, but I woke up at like 2 or 3 and then played Kenshi for ages. And I've been working on this character in Kenshi, right? So I recruited a KLR skeleton robot man. And he has like 400 limb health. Like, he's built. And he's got like a 1.5 times strength and toughness and melee defense XP multiplier. So I've just given him the best armor, and I just sent him into the mist. What's it called? The Foglands. Well, where like the Fogmen are. It's Foglands, right? Why can't I think of the... Anyway. So he's just like been mowing down like hordes of Fogmen with this huge fragment axe. Just doing like big sweepy ones. I might show you guys later. Streaming at a reasonable Oz time for once? Yeah, well, sorry, jeez. When upgrade to Falling Sun? I mean, the Falling Sun doesn't have as much range as a Fragment Axe, even though it's, like, superior in every other way. But... you know. Maybe. Maybe. If I can find an Edge Type 3 in the scrapyard, then I might. Is there a blackout code and color anyway? I've got like a... I mean, this one's open at the moment. It's like a quarter open. That one, it just leaks through, but they are blackout curtains. They are blackout curtains. Alright, where am I? What am I even... What the fuck am I doing? Right, we were doing this. This one. This one. And then... this is the parentmost entity. I want to... die. No, I want to... Lycos containers static data visible when nested. Branch if parentmost entity is true and Hold on. Sorry, it should be an or. Then we want to actually construct it. Otherwise, we just want to skip it. Cool. Then when we initialize PyCos widget, we then want this to have a Boolean called parentmost PyCos, question mark. Which, hold on. What did you say a little time ago with Prismatica? I remember a year ago you were really grinding down on some progress. I did a contract last year from like January to early April. And then or was that 2 years ago? No, it was last year. Then I did a bit more Prismatica stuff. But then I did the plugin. I did the Prismatiscape plugin. And that took, like, a little while. And then back to Prismatica after, like, a kind of few weeks of rest. And then there was a plugin. Then I did a plugin update, which kind of distracted me again. But then I decided, you know what? Let's just fucking refactor the whole thing. Do the whole refactorino. Yeah, I'm like refactoring the refactor of the refactor. Or like I prototyped a bunch of stuff. But now I'm just going back through and doing it properly. Now that I know what works and what doesn't, and have a more rigid idea of like the overall architecture of the game world. So what's our workflow here? We initialize entity icon, which will then initialize our each PyCos on our character. So we say, hey, that's parentmost. Well, we probably want to... if this is yes... Rooms for refactors, you want to be able to simulate a bunch of AI without them being actors. Yeah. So, like, abstracting everything to objects rather than actors or components. So, like, yeah, the old action system where I was using components to track actions and stuff. I refactored that to just be object-based, so then we can do virtualized actions. And just because it was getting really messy. Because, again, I was prototyping a lot of the actions and stuff, so it was just a big fucking, you know, like a paper mache. Okay, so if this is the parentmost entity, and then the PyCos widget is the parent-most one. So we'd actually want to say parent-most entity, yes, but, hold the phone, the PyCos should always initialize it as a not parent. Like, if a PyCos is initializing other entities, they are obviously not the parent-most entity. Easy. So, PyCos container base. Initialize PyCos widget. This should go through. And then, what are we doing here? Widgets owning entity object. If valid, set visibility hidden. Create entity icon widget. Don't need to do that. Because this is just the PyCos widget. Yeah. Which this one was based off the slot. Oh no, entity icon. Okay, yeah. So if this was a slot, single slot, then we would just bam, bam, bam. Which we wouldn't do this. We would say PyCos container, you know, contained items, blah, 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 blah. So let's just yeet this for now. That can all DIY. Yeah, okay. So. Let's first... Can I set a brush from... material? You know what, we'll just do this hard-coded. The material is thumbs... No, Yeeto. No, what's the material? Yeet? Or the Charles ball? Charlie ball material. Pog. Target is... Oh, shit. Image icon. Yeah. Cool. Alrighty then. Let's go to core. PyCos. So our PyCos static data, oops. We have our grid container static data. It has a thing. Container class, container widget class, allowed items list. Feel like a PyCos should only have one widget, right? I mean, it could have multiple widgets, so like a backpack that has two identical slots on the left and the right. Could be one PyCos. But then we'd have to spawn or create two widgets that reference the one PyCos. kind of annoying. But it would save... I mean, it wouldn't really save much like memory space. So then the question is equipment a... You know what I mean? It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Container static data. I guess I could, instead of doing just container static data, instead of doing this, we could do... I mean, for the equipment, I could, like, kind of, like, hard code it. I could kind of fuck around with it and be like, oh, yeah, we've got, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, I could just say, yeah, like, the equipment widget just has a bunch of predefined slots. Oh, then that means I have to make a different widget for every single... You know, if something doesn't have hands... It means I'd have to make a widget that specifically references that. But I guess I'd need to do that anyway, because... Because to actually do a meaningful layout, then... Or would I just want container widget position to be a... like a vector 2D, or even just an int 2D, which we can then just be like, oh yeah, this goes in the middle, 0, 0, or this one goes 1 to the left, or this one goes 2 to the left, or 1 up, if I had like a grid kind of doodad going on. Because then we could say the... Man, I fucking hate UI. UI sucks! Yo, any UI haters in the chat? Your wife's... He's pondering. Sorry, I need to... Ponder the orb. Oh, my internet's dying. Whoops, time to lower the quality of the stream. Classic, classic, classic. Yo, anyone got better internet for me? Anyone know where I can download better internet? So I probably looked like I was thinking about stuff, but I forget what I was doing. I was just spaced out. Think you want good internet? You have to deal with having a mirror behind your toilet. Yeah, no, I think I'll be right. I can live with 3 megabit upload speeds on a good day. I don't know. The only thing I ever have to upload aside from streaming is my plugin submission to the marketplace over and over 20 times a day. When they get back to me and they say, "Oh, this file, it doesn't have the right copyright notice. Oh, this file doesn't have the thing." And it turns out they were saying the wrong fucking file name the entire fucking time. It's like, brother, I fixed it. They're like, "Oh, no, it's still not fixed. Oh, it says insert copyright notice here." And then they send me a... Anyway, I've already gone over this. I went over this at the start of the stream. If you guys want an update on the plugin saga, the very start of the stream for the first half an hour, I talk about the latest episode. It's just so bad. So bad. All right, I figured it out. I've decoded the fabric of the damn Prismatica universe. The Universimatica. We are gonna do a thing. Wait, fuck. Container static data has all the shit. Yeah. Container static data. But instead of that, we do container... Do you know what I'm saying? We make the container static data, instead of having these variables, we instead have one... Oh, no, fuck. You little shit. Well... Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is the PyCos container class. And then the widget class. Or is the widget class in the... Nah, fuck, I'll put it in here. Alright. Check me out. You go up there. You go there. Container name. You can go up there. Allow tags, disallow tags, stack multiplier, container tags, visible when nested, question mark, and, container, widget, position, positin. And this is a int point. Into pointo. Bam. Right there. So now, in container static data, we yeet all of this. Yeah, I know it's in use. Give me the errors. Give me those errors. Give me them fatty errors. Yeah. Get out. And then we make a container data, as in like data plural, which is container struct. What the fuck is... That's not how you spell struct. It's struct. Container struct. Basic data struct. And that's a dude. So, yeah. In before struct. Shut the fuck up. Oh, so let me just fix my camera real quick. I'll do an editor restart as well while I fix this thing. And also make some toast, or maybe... No, there's no Oreos left. I could do nachos again, but I've already had nachos today. Shit. Oh, ad starting in 40 seconds, but I want to play a 3-minute ad real quick. Please. Quick, I have to beat the auto ad, and I don't want to mute the ad. Stream manager. Quick. All right, I'm playing a long ad. I'm gonna cook some muffins. 3, 2, 1, go. Where's my fucking... How do I... What? So confused. Okay, there we go. Hello! I'm back. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Tell me you missed me. Tell me that you missed me. What the hell? What the fuck? Did you get me anything? Did you get me one? You didn't ask for one. Sorry. Just having flashbacks. It's all good. Cool, how's it going? Did you get me? Shut up, Bruce. Shut up. Anyway, I done goofed. And I didn't have a battery on rotation. So this one will probably die within the next 10 minutes. But I've got one charging. And I think it might charge faster. Because, like, it charges while it's in the camera, but it just can't keep up. Because it's next to a TV and the TV gets hot. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll put my fan on. It is a bit hot in here. You know what? I'm going to put my fan on. Alright, I'm back. So, I had a brain blast, but then I got distracted, and now I can't think what it was. Aha. Mm-hmm. Is one of those gonna be like, yeah, like a dummy, what's it called? Dummy battery? I ordered one, never arrived. It's been like 6 months. I ordered one from Amazon. But then I kept getting, like spam text messages that are like, oh, your order could not be delivered, blah, blah, blah. Click this link, click this link. But I'm guessing one of them was legit. And was to say that that thing never got delivered. You know what I mean? Maybe I should have just clicked on all the links. Would make a VTuber coming when? After I do character faces. Maybe then I will do VTubing with an actual Prismatica character, you know? Maybe that'll be a month-long project. Just to have a randomizable Prismatica character that you guys can, like, in chat, be like, exclamation mark, hair, colon, type in a hex key. Or like, exclamation mark, nose size, 100. That'd be kind of funny. All right, so the thing. The thing. That's a good idea. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just not even do a... I can't even reparent that. You know what? Fuck it. It's fine. I can just do a container static data with the struct that just has grid dimensions on it if needed, as determined by the PyCos itself and the widget. You know what I mean? Because like we might want to have a backpack that just has two grid inventories, but they're like separate compartments, so that you can't store like really big objects in there or some shit. Maybe that's just like a little limitation, rather having to have two different PyCos for that. Nah, it sounds like a dick pain. Fuck it. No, that would be two separate ones. So I have some salt and vinegar chips. Yeah, this shit's hard. This stuff is like, this is difficult. Trying to do something, like, modularly. Everything was a lot easier when I could just duct tape things together. When people said I could make games, I didn't realize I had to make the whole thing. Exactly. I'm confusing myself now. What belongs where and what? Put time on your own stuff at this point? Yeah, I am. confused. I've confused myself. I've coded myself into a confusing corner. And you have the thing. That's all good. And this one, which is our grid thing. We have multi-slot, which blah blah blah. Can it do the things? Bam. Talk it out. I think I've solved it. No, never mind. Maybe. Let's see. Struct. No. No. Alright, let me move my microphone over. This shit's fucked. I'm just thinking how to store the data for all the things in a nice way. And don't say schema. That's not what I mean. I'm just thinking, like, if something's a multi-slot. Yeah, no, I think I figured it out. So, like, the equipment PyCos. Or let's just call it the equipment component for now, right? It's a container that holds, like, per index. So index equals, like, you know, head and chest and legs and whatever. I think equipment is just going to be the only kind of multi-slot thing. I think for everything else, we just say, like, hey, you should be fucking, like, 2 separate containers. So, like, a backpack that has a slot on the left for a sword or a bow, and a slot on the right for a sword or a bow, they're 2 separate PyCos. But why? Why can they not be a... Because it just gets weird when I think about having multiple widgets assigned to one container. But it would work because they'd all reference the same PyCos, so that when we run the get fucking doodad, get index, like on hover, check for space, we just refer back to the thing that owns that widget. Alright, I'm cooking again. Fuck. Alright, so now I just have to go back into here and put all that data back. Fuck my life. Variables. What is the index of the solving? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the widget setup, but I think in this case I would need the container to set up the widgets then, because it might need to do multiple widget. But I've got an idea, a nice idea on how to do that. Also, chippies, go away. Don't make me eat all of you, chippies. You know, like when you eat salt and vinegar chips and you just keep eating them, you just can't stop, and then eventually, like, you feel like your tongue has, like, your tongue doesn't exist anymore? All right, container static data. What does a container need to know? It needs to know its PyCos container class. This is PyCos class. Sorry, just PyCos base class. Fucking this one, class reference. Container static data. I don't think we need the widget on the static data. No, we do. But we might want to spawn one widget for each dude. Container tags? This is just for the overall container. Or do I just want to do, instead of this, we then put in the struct slot data, and a grid just has one slot. Like the grid is the one slot data, and then this has the slot name, slot tags, so we don't even, yeah. Slot tags, slot widget position, allowed tags, disallowed tags. Visible when nested. So then for something like a grid container static data, it's just this. Container slot data, that should be a dude. And then it's got additionally grid dimensions, you know? So then if I wanted to do a miscellaneous data asset, PyCos container static data, this is called PyCos equipment or humanoid equipment static data. We will then go to this. The PyCos container class is multi-slot container object, whatever. The widget class is... Fuck. The widget would need to... no, this is where it... We're back to square one. What needs to construct the widget? It would be the container class. Because then the container class would say, it would have a function called construct widget, which would make a widget class, and then any sub-widget classes that it needed to add, it could just do it itself. Then the container slot data, we would have slot name, head, slot tags, you know, equipment, head, blah, blah, blah. Widget position, 2, 0. Allowed tags, helmet, disallowed tags, blah, blah, blah. Visible when nested, maybe. Would visible when nested... I feel like that would be for the entire thing. When would we ever have a multi-slot that had external and internals? Probably not. So this... visible when nested, get rid of you. Bam. But that would then be on the container static data. Oh. Right. You guys just watch. When this all comes together, we will have a barely functioning inventory system. Just watch. Just watch me. I feel like the widget class isn't a part of this. It's a part of the container class. And the container class can just fucking have a function that just does it. It just knows what the fuck it's doing. Right? Yeah. So PyCos container. Entity container object. Construct PyCos widget. You have a base dude that just does nothing by default, right? The owning entity widget, because a PyCos has to be on an entity widget. So this would then create widget, blah, 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 do the thing, whatever class it needed to be, do the thing, if it had to have, you know, sub-slot doodads in it, whatever. Or if it needed to just construct one widget and then, like, assign a bunch of shit, then whatever. But then to add child. So we'd need to do a map on the owning entity widget. This is where we get spicy. Entity widget. Entity widget. Entity icon. Graph. Then we need a dude. So this can fuck off. So for this widget, get all of the PyCos containers that you have. And for each of them, construct the PyCos widget. And that's it. We don't have to do anything else, because they will add themselves to the dude. Entity widget would be self. They would also need to have the parentmost boolean, which would be, if this is the parentmost entity, then this is the parentmost entity. However, when these ones construct PyCos widget, so then when we need to initialize them after they've been constructed and added in, we want to... Oh, fuck. Well, no, they'll initialize themselves. So this, yeah, and in which case the... So we'd need to do initialize. Init. But not parentmost boolean. Cool. All right. We're getting there. We are now cooking. So they'll initialize themselves after they've been doodadded. Yep. Which when they get initialized, if there is an item in them, they will fucking whatever. So that can all fuck off. That can all fuck off. So then... That's all, folks. Hexic, have a good one. Have good sleep. Have plenty of sleep. Fellas and fellettes. All two of us. I believe there were 4 fellettes, to my knowledge, in the past 4 hours. Oh. All right. We're cooking. We are cooking. We are cooking. We are like cooking. It's like 10. Actually, yeah, it's a pretty good. That's a pretty respectable percentage. Better than my uni? True. Yeah, that was like when I did audio engineering. It was like... Yeah, it would have been less than 10%. Alright, construct PyCos widget. Is there anything else that needs to do? No, that will just construct the PyCos widget, which will then initialize... Blah, blah. Oh, right, the thing. Entity icon... Do the entities need their own widget type? Probably, honestly. Fuck. FMD. Cause this is just regular item entity thing. But the character widget dude would need a different grid styler. Grid styler. Shit. Fuck. Sushi, hello. Any idea how to convert the R and G from a color UVs for my wind direction into a world rotation can rotate with the wind? I believe so. It would be... You could convert it to a 0 to 1 rotation value, which is what they use in materials. Rotations are kind of weird in materials. Because usually in a material, you'll want to use a vector for direction. But if you really wanted like the yaw, there's a function called rotation from vector, maybe? Vector... Rotate, vector, rotation. Vector to radial value. There we go. So you'd get your UV or your RG direction. You'd also want to normalize it, unless it normalizes it in here. It doesn't normalize it. So you need to normalize it, or just make sure it's normalized. And then you will get a vector converted to angle. So I'm pretty sure this is a 0 to 1. So yeah, vector radial. So if we put in this, and just imagine this was world space. If we go up, should be, yeah. If we go, let me normalize this. If we did the side, like 1, 1, it should be grey. If we did all the way to that side, it would be still grey. If we did this, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 0 to 1. Yeah. But if you mean like you want to bend the grass in that direction, like the direction of the wind, so you want to use the rotate about axis rotate about axis function. What I do is do the thing with the stuff bender. Get the RG direction, and then do this, which essentially rotates at 90 degrees. And then do a very slight up vector, just so it's safe. Like, 0.1 in the upwards. And then you just use the rotation angle as how far you want it to bend. Whereas in my wind direction from a blueprint to rotate a particle system. Gotcha. I would probably I'm confused. I guess I'd have to know more about the more details. All right, we need an entity icon thing. Oh, do we need an entity icon? I just want to do the thing. I need chips. I need chippies. Give me the chippies. Who up text block? Hell yeah. How the fuck do I want to do this? What's the current, Yeah, no, I think I do want a thing. A thing with the stuff. An entity widget class. Or like entity icon. Like sub widget bullshit. But if you make a child widget, then it's real fucked up. You know what I mean? Like child widget doesn't contain all the stuff. It's like, it's just shit. Like if I said, how the fuck do I even, if I do blueprint class, WPP, entity icon, made a child of that, then it... Huh? Huh? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't... Do you know what I'm saying? Like I can't add things on top of this one. I can only replace it. Can't you edit chart? What the fuck is that? Where? Tell me. Please. I need it. Yeah, please. Please, please. Bind widgets? No, that's dumb. Because what I'd want to do is have all the shit just normal, but then change the internal layout so I can like add a grid panel or something over the top of it, and then do... Here's my idea. A function called get position to parent or to element or widget element or map position to widget element, right? This is going to take in a dude input, fuck off, input, fuck off, input, int point, fucking coord, int point, and then we map, you know, a reference to, so like we do like selector, or actually no, branch? Can I branch on dude? Can I dude branch? No, what's it called? Switch. No, I can't do switch on endpoint. That's dumb. Fuck that shit. Yeah, so I'd want to do select with this as the dude. No, I can't do that. Fuck. How would I... Check if there's a parent editable toggle or something in the widget nodes. Instanced editable? No. You mean like in here? Like parent Where am I looking? In like the class thing? I'm confused. Huh? Between details of hierarchy node. What the okay, details. Nothing. What about like inherit? No. No. Oh well. How would I do this? Would I have to do a... I could literally just have a map, do I? As a variable. So we add variable. This is called coord to element map. This is a int point map to like what are these called? What's this class? Vertical box object reference, but what is it? No, that's parent widget. What does vertical box derive from? Because you can only communicate through events and stuff with the parent, but not actually add stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can add stuff through code. Which, like, I could do like a sub widget that has all the organization-y shit, but I cannot be bothered. What does vertical box derive from? Panel widget. Layout a collection of child widgets. So panel widget. Panel. Yeah. So we're gonna map a coord to a panel widget. And then this would just do bam, find coord. Well, I don't even need this function anymore because I can just yeet it from the dude. So that can just fuck off. So then when I'm initializing... Want to add more widget things on the children? Yes. Yeah. Like I want to add extra panels. So like the base would be this, which is like the item icon, a border, whatever. But then in addition to that, I have places that I can socket other stuff. The slot, add slot in base. Confused? Search for slot. In the palette? Named slot? As you'd expand external slot for your user widget, when others reuse your user control, they can put whatever they want in this named slot. Right. That's something. Yeah, okay. Let me, can I wrap? Right, what are these all in? Let me just collapse you all. You are in item box. There's the icon box. So we want to add one over here. And then... oh, yeah, fuck. Because we need an internal and an external one. But that's fine. But yeah, so if I do this, name slot 150, then I go into here, then we've got name slot 1. Then I can do panel these nuts and just boop, and then it's here's the original, and then here's this. Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Okay. Does that mean question mark, question mark, question mark? Can I have a named slot be the parentmost dude? No. I need an overall icon dude. No, this should be fine, actually. Can you, like, get in there, please? Item icon box. Border, debug info, blah, 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 blah. Let's just put you in here. Can you, like, not fucking be there? It's only a part of the item icon box. Oh, it's because of this. There we go. Sweet. This should be fine now. Oh, then we can do. This one's called internal shit. Mm-hmm. So now we have this one. WPB character icon. Then character icon in internal shit has some kind of thing. Although no, that I want the whole thing to resize to this. So I'd actually want the fuck. Ow, I bit my tongue. But it can't be the topmost, can it? Oh, wait, no, I'd have to just click wrap, wouldn't I? Wrap with name slot. And there we go. Can you adjust the sort order of widgets? Like, for example, I'd want to be able to add a bunch of elements, but they'd be visible over the top, but it would resize the background to whatever it was. I don't know. Oh, that was an accident. God, this is a lot of effort for just like a fucking debug. I only have to... The only reason I'm doing this is so that I can actually test the functionality of the inventory. True. True. Because I've just got like left sockets, right sockets, bottom sockets, top sockets. For things that, you know, go around the item. And then usually the grid or a single slot socket just gets yeeted in the middle of it. But for a character entity, or living being entity, it's like we have the character panel as one big dude. And then all the other shit, like the equipment, is all inside it. I wonder, do I have like... I've got like old footage of how it looked on my YouTube channel. Hello. Hello, old me. Well, young me, younger me. Why am I watching in fucking 420p? 420p my pants? Right, where do I talk about inventory shit? Oh no, this is the old inventory. Which was like completely placeholder debug. But then in a past stream, we did... Yeah, this is like nested container within container. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, I'll have to look through the... Oh, through the VODs. Through the BODs. Through the BODs. Yeah, who up browsing the BODs? Where is somewhere that I... Size box is apparent. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Where did I, at some point, look at... an inventory? It's Prismatica time again. Load the damn thumbnails. No, I doubt I ever looked at the inventory when I was... I feel like this just turned into a plugin stream. And then a Kenshi stream. Oh, and then cat stream. Hello, big girl. Meow. Meow. Do you guys ever hear the cat? What? No. What a big fat girl. Hmm. Wait, no, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. I can just... Let's not worry about it, because it's the... It's the... dude that will get parented to the middle of the character icon. Entity icon, blah, 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 blah. It will go through and construct each PyCos. The PyCos will say, hey, bitch, you need to go in this place. By doing owning entity widget, get the map, coord to element map, blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is. 0, 0 equals the dude. And it will just slap itself down on the character in the middle and then resize it anyway. GameDev. Oh, yeah. Luckily, that new battery's charged. Let me, I might fill my water bottle up as well. I can feel a long stream coming on. I feel like this is going to be a long boy. So, see you guys in 3 minutes. Hello. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you're back. I'm so happy to see you. All right. Entity icon. Designer. Bam, 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 bam. All good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this WPP equipment manager, this was the old, or the new old layout, right? And the way this worked was the equipment socket map was equipment to actual item, which would then do for socket list widget socket would then spawn a widget for each dude. Probably. And then this was an equipment manager. Yeah, no. We don't do fucking equipment manager. What the fuck was this? For each... Huh? Right, we had to do some real bullshit. I remember. We had to get all children because we couldn't put them in an array. For some reason. What the fuck was this about? You know what? Just, let's just ignore that for now. So can you reparent a... Ooh, you can, but I don't know if I wanna. Let me just do a real quick fiddly diddly reload engine. Yeah. Yes. Squeen. Yeah, Squeen. Okay. So then we go to this equipment manager dude. We click this B-boy. We say, hey, bitch. Reparent to... Wait, no. What are you doing? No, I don't even need to... PyCos container base. Hello. This is just the thing that defines the dude. That does that defines the stuff. PyCos container base. Yeah. And then container grid is a PyCos container base. Yeah. So then this one can just be PyCos container base. PyCos container base. Cool. Everything good. Sorta. But not really. But it is. But it's fine. So now this is all good. And we would just want to yeet a equipment... Let's call this WPP... PyCos... I don't know, fucking humanoid equipment. So it's still pretty hard-coded, but we kind of YOLO. This one, that one. This one's... Alright, we're getting somewhere. Guys, we're about to actually pog. We're about to pog off. We're about to get pogged. If I hit play, the only errors are the widgets. That's great. So, if I just go to fella, character, player, character, and we just say on begin play, and we do just like something real stupid, like sequence. Real stupid, I know. And we then do a get actor of class. No, not all actors, just get actor of class. We look for test equipment creator. We create new armor. Armor static data. Backpack 01. Color palette. I don't fucking care. Yeah, whatever. Material map class. Global. Blah, 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 blah. Armor object reference. I don't even need to do all this shit, actually. I could just construct object from class, item, object. Static data, backpack. Whatever. I could just do that. In theory. Because we don't have to worry about all the other shit. And then we could say... Player character. Living being entity. Object. We do Picos. We just do a... You know what, we're only going to have one on our character for the time being anyway. Which is going to be our equipment one. Then we are just going to add... Entity at index. I mean, I could... You know what, fuck it, let's just cast 2. Well, actually, no. Just add at... No. Find... No, from here. Find... No. Add... What the fuck are the container things? Search all containers for first space. Hello. Incoming entity object U. The backpack. Found it. If found, then add. Well, we can just do it from here. Add entity at index, the found index. The object is this bad boy. Bam. There. Now, first things first, we need a Picos base entity container object. We have the PyCos multi-slot container object. You can fuck off. Yeah, this is a dick pain. Can entity fit at index? Index all of them. Equipment slots. Well, this is just slots. Slot data. Slot datas. No, wait. Slot datas is in the static data. You dumbass. Oh. Get. You know what? Fuck off. Then, is that that? It is that. That is that. Yeah. Alright. So, if not valid, if there isn't something already there, then... we've got to do a whole thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Fuck it. We can always just fucking fit it in. Just put it in there. Just go for it. Cool. So that would be slot numero uno. Multi-slot container object. Cool. Let's just say that this, if we do construct PyCos widget, actually, you know what, let's do a child of this. This is PyCos character equipment, or humanoid equipment. Humanois. That's what the Prismatica humanoids are called. Humanoids? Right, then we're going to override the construct PyCos widget. Bam. Also, does this do anything on super? No. Very good. So, so this would be the character entity widget, which is our main, like, canvas. And we want to fill it up. Fill it to the brim with our fucking thing with the stuff. So we're gonna create widget, bam bam, gang gang, gang gang. This is WPB PyCos humanoid thing. Default dimensions, what does that even mean? Default text, I don't fucking know, whatever. Wait, why are we... What the fuck? What's default text, huh? What's default text? What are you doing? Default text. That's from container base. Gotcha. Container based. I see. But we don't... It's getting overwritten. Fuck it, doesn't matter. Text default dimensions is the container base. Why do you have a dimension? Oh, like just the default dimension size. Guacha. It doesn't fucking matter. Just do your thing. I should put them in the initialize because it's just stupid. Owning player, don't care. Default icon. Whatever, don't fucking care. Alright, so, construct PyCos humanoid equipment widget. We then... Owning entity widget. Slot. No, owning entity widget. Get item icon box. We know that's like the middle one, right? We then add child this to it, and then initialize this. Why the fuck does equipment manager even exist there? Initialize owning entity object is the owning entity widget, owning entity. Do you not have your owner? What the fuck do you have? Entity? Get entity object. There you go. And get the PyCos. Or container. No, container is... PyCos... No. Fuck. Hold on. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Let me turn the music down a bit. It's kind of getting a little bit hectic. Alright. Shit. So close. So close to being able to debug temp, debug thing, the stuff. I got container base. Do you have a... You have a reference to the entity, widgets owning entity object. PyCos container base. The child item icon widget. Because this was from slot. I don't think this actually gets used anywhere. Set get. But we yeeted that out of existence. So that can actually DIY. You know what? All of that can just... No, you know, I'll keep it there. Humanoid equipment. On graph, we have a function called init equipment manager, which we don't want. This is an actual, like, nightmare. What was this doing, though? Oh, this was just creating an array of all the equipment sockets. So this actually is kind of useful. Let's just call this generate, or just get list of all socket things. Because each of these has a... No, it doesn't. On update equipment, we were doing... Yeah, they must have had a socket slot. There we go, that's it right there. Right, yes. Okay. And so what we were doing was saying, get all of the equipment slot thingers, and then go through our old equipment system. Where the fuck are you? Here. Go through the old equipment system, and for each of these, find the thing, and then initialize that one. And then that would create the thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That would then initialize the slot base. Which in this case, I think I would want to actually not... Huh. This shit's fucked. The nose picker. Hello, hello. Are you self-taught in UE blueprints? Yes, I am. Alright, let's debug with a... Actually, no, we don't need to debug because when we initialize the dude... PLSS entity... Entity object, blah, 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 blah. We initialize all the PyCos. Like this. And then... Initialize PyCos container. Oh, you know what we weren't doing? We were not adding this to this. Almost would have forgotten. Sorry, this one. Hi, Brett. I would like to learn more about it, but I don't know which could be the best approach. Any recommendations? I personally recommend just like kind of jumping in. Or at least like don't try and learn everything and then make a game. I would be like, oh, here's an idea for a game. I'm gonna like, you know, to start off, how do I make a character move? Learn how to make a character move and then implement that. Or, you know, they kind of overlap and then be like, oh, well, now I want to learn how to, you know, apply animations in Unreal. So I'm going to learn that, do that. Then I want to be like, oh, I want to learn, you know, how to do inventory stuff. So kind of just do a bit by bit rather than trying to like learn everything in one go without applying it as you go. Because I know a lot of people sort of kind of wait. They think rather than doing. But learning is about doing, not about thinking. And yeah, don't be afraid to mess up. Like, when you're starting off, everything's going to be an absolute mess, but just like embrace it. And eventually you'll just get better and more efficient and, you'll be able to wrap your head around things a bit easier. And all that kind of stuff. That's right. The engine will crash very often. Now, does our player character... No, our humanoid... living being creates an entity. Yeah. Rather than the other way around at the moment. So we should be able to, as player character... get entity. And then get well, actually, yeah, no, I should be able to just be like how do I create widget? Oh, fuck off. Widget, create widget. But I need to do widget component. Add widget component. Bam. Fucking whatever. Target self. This is the widget component. Set widget. And also widget space. As screen. Then construct widget. Bam, bam, owning player, whatever, whatever. This is entity. Oh. Entity icon. We then init entity icon. It is parent-most entity. Entity object is this one. You will be... Well, we set this fella. Da-da-da-da-da. The widget is this one. It's a bit of a mess, but that should work. Oh, we'd also want to be like visibility. Visibility. Set visibility, yes. And propagate that to the children. Right, so if I press play and we ignore... Well, we probably need this to... Yeah. Remove from previous location. Yep. Okay. There you go. In the bin. Bam, bam. Currently the basis, but it's so hard for me to digest how variables work properly. Yeah, I can remember, like, that was, like, one thing... So, like, in my childhood, I can remember doing scenario editor in Age of Mythology. And I made some, like, pretty complex stuff, but I never once used a variable. I would do things like real fucked up stuff, like if I wanted... I'd essentially... like... So instead of like a boolean, I would have an overlap trigger, and I would then spawn a character, or like spawn a unit, like just a teamless unit that would then essentially act as like a Boolean toggle. Because I just didn't. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty cursed. So like I can relate to just like variables. Like, what is variables? I like to think of variables as like almost like descriptions of something. So like you could have a health variable, which is, you know, 0 to 100, or it's just a number. And then you could say, when take damage, get the health variable -5, and then set the new health variable as that number. And in essence, you've deducted health. That's right. Bri is probably a much better explanationator than I am. Oh, this thing. I don't like this one. Can you... Oh, yeah, you're gonna do all that stuff. Let's just get out of here. Containers that store information. Exactly. But they come in all different types. There's all different types of variables. Like a variable can be a number. It could be a tick box, like a Boolean tick box. A variable could be, and this is where it kind of starts to get more confusing. A variable can be a pointer to another variable or another object and that kind of thing. So, like, for example, if we want to get real stupid, we can be like, get this character's reference to their own living being object. From here, we can get a reference to the, I don't know, living being actor. From here, we can get a reference to the living being entity again. We could just keep going back and forth like this. But you can essentially like get variables from other objects if this thing already knows where that thing is. But that probably just confused you even more. You know what? Just ignore everything I just said. It's probably better to start with the basics. I'm probably the last person to ask about things. I don't know. I feel like I understand what I'm doing very well in like code-wise, but when it comes to explaining it, I'm just not. So circular dependency. No, it's just a two-way object reference. Because our entity needs to know if it has an actor, and the actor needs to get all of its data from the entity, because the actor is just a container for the entity. What's your jiggle physics tutorial? Thank you. Which, what jiggle physics tutorial are we talking about, huh? Oh, you mean the physical animation one? About physical animation? No. Right, so this is... Well, okay, no, you know what? We don't need the go-to slots. Oh, so this is going to be called... Highlight. Valid slots now. But this is all fine, just whatever. What was the other one that was busted ass? Equipment socket. Which equipment socket is literally... Well, no, it's a child of... Container base. Which I don't like. Is it grass using PCG or the old school landscape grass spawner? It was... It's landscape grass at the moment, but I might move it to PCG once it has, like, the GPU scattering stuff. Yeah. Jensen, hello. I was watching one of your videos regarding adding foam to the waves. I'm curious how you ended up handling that issue in the video. You alluded to doubling up the water plane. Yeah, okay. So in the old water system, I used to use a scene capture for my interaction stuff. And because of that, I used a dummy mesh that was like a lower poly version of the water that was like facing upside down. But in my current iteration, you might have seen the Prismatica plugin and whatnot. The new way that yeah, this is fine. That I reference the water height to do interaction is using a runtime virtual texture. So this plane is just drawn to an RVT, which says how high it is, like in world space. So like I could do this. And, you know, because it's drawing to the RVT, like, we always know the height of it, basically. So that's how I get around it in this iteration of my interaction stuff. Previously, you couldn't do that because I was relying on a post-process material on the scene capture. But the post-process can't reference runtime virtual textures. The way that I got around that for the landscape in the past was by having a big dummy, I called it a landscape proxy mesh, which would then read from the RVT to snap to the landscape, and then it was the thing being shown to the scene capture. That way you wouldn't get, like, things blocking the visibility of the... Why are you so pixely? Oh, am I not blurring this one? That must be it. So yeah, so my new approach is to use runtime virtual textures to do the interaction, like, distance calculation. Or, like, you know, the interaction calculation. I haven't done foam right now, but in the next update, I'll be doing foam all over again. Same with the blood stuff. Use IVTs for blood on characters too? I use render targets for all of the character damage. But I'll probably be redoing that again. Using Niagara grids, if possible. But yeah, the water foam stuff will kind of act like this, in a way. Like, it'll kind of act like the wind system, but less floaty. So, like, when you hit the water, you will spawn a velocity that will make foam, and then it will, like, dissipate and blah, blah, blah. And that will also push around paint that is in the water. So, like, you'll be able to swish all the blood around. It's kind of gross, but... Sorry, all the paint around. Haven't with RVTs yet at all? Yeah, they're pretty powerful. An RVT is essentially just... like a big-ass texture array. Like, just basically a lot of tiles, and then you can just choose things to draw to it based on, you know, in their material. You know, so when rendered in the RVT output, these are your values. And just do these things. And so you can say, yeah, draw your height in world space to the RVT, and then you can reference that in any material. So, like, in this one, for example, I'm saying anything near this water should be, like, dark and kind of shiny looking. Or if it's underwater, it should be dark and wet and whatever. But then we also use that to do... Oh. There we go. Like complex kind of water detection, you know? It's like I'm not making puddles here, but then when I go in, it's like... Yeah. So even like complex, you know, shapes can work with this system. I think I noticed don't see many people using random or range functions with things relating to waving sizes. I recommend it within blueprints. Could you explain a little further? Do you mean like noise functions, or are we still talking about water specifically? Why is this so, like, pixely? What's this doing? Ah. I feel like you do something in Niagara, everyone's like, ooh, but then you do some insanely complicated foundational core logic that makes things work and no one cares. Yeah, legit. Legit. Like, oh my god, look at the leaves move. Whoa, AAA. But then it's like entirely modular entity nested storage system. And people are just like, I sleep. Yeah, no one. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, like Gerstner waves. Gotcha. So the thing with the thing about doing waves, doing like wave calculations like that on the GPU is pretty chill. But it's like as soon as you want to do it with a... I'm going to input parameter, but they always constant at runtime. Yeah. Oh, you mean like the wave size and stuff? Or like the wave speed? And like adjusting that at runtime? Because you totally could do that. It's more so the... having it like synchronize the GPU, you know, the animation side of it, and the actual like CPU buoyancy system side of it. So like with like, let's just say you've got like a general buoyancy system, and in your material you just do it. Let's just say it's like a sine wave, right? You got a sine wave, and it's essentially saying at each point in world space, what would my displacement from the actual water plane be? So then on the CPU, and this is given a time in the session and a position, what would the displacement be? So then on the CPU, if you have the same time value as the GPU, which it can kind of desynchronize after a long while, but the same time, and you've got the same position, you can then essentially like coincidentally know what the displacement is on the CPU at any given point, you know, relative to the water plane. So then you can say, oh yeah, like the collision is happening here, but I know that the displacement should be like plus 50. So you say, okay, this is our target buoyancy location. So with Gerstner waves, I think it's a bit... It's not too complex to do CPU calculations all the time on. But it's just... like me personally, I just go with a sum of signs in a direction approach, which is fine for me. I mean, maybe I'll do Gerstner in the future. But, I mean, you only need, like, the first few layers of the Gerstner wave calculation to get, like, accurate buoyancy. Like, you don't need all the microwaves and stuff. But, anyway, so the, so usually what people do is they have a constant time reference to do their calculations and stuff. Which means that, like, if you wanted to change the speed partway through the game, you know, you wanted to like slow it down, then if the time was 1,000 seconds into the session and you lerped it to 0.5 speed, it would actually lerp through all these values and just like absolutely go fucking crazy. So the better thing to do, I've found, is to increment a variable over time. So in like your weather manager or something, be like wind or, you know, wave speed. And then every frame, increment that. And that would be called your wave time. Wave time. And that essentially gives you the ability to have it go this speed, but then slow down, and then speed up again, without creating a big, you know, one of these sort of things, where it's like, and then, oh, decrease the speed, and then, like that. It can just do this. And then with the amplitude is pretty easy. It's just the uppy downiness. But this is kind of the main thing that I think people run into. So just wave K and Q that seems to be using the formula. Do while loop. Well, you only need to, for like buoyancy on the CPU, you only need to calculate certain points. You don't need to calculate every point on the ocean. It's just like, oh yeah, the buoyancy point for this boat or this item is at here, here, and here. And then just calculate the displacement, you know. And then, like, apply force. And then that will, like, you know, tilt the boat this way or something. Yeah, I feel like I'm I feel like I'm just I feel like I've missed the point. But that was just my water rant. Water ramble. I think I'm just procrastinating. Procrastinating the widget stuff. Oh, wait, here's the thing. Right, hold on. Okay, we have a thing. That's great, that's great. So I kind of want to, noise. How small does noise scale go? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can I like get some hydro erosion? Why would there be hydro erosion in a desert though? That's the real question. Alright, now we're cooking. Oops. Hey, that worked. Hello. Okay, now it's just ugly. But brutal. What is this even doing? That's not noise. Or is it? That's definitely not noise. I mean, it is, but like, it's not. Yeah, it's a fixed noise map, but it just looked like it wasn't going up and down for some reason. That's better. Loves a bit of noise, you know? Anyway, so this is adding entity at index. So what was I? Who, what, when, where, why am I? So this is just instantiating our widget. Entity widget. Bam. We have entity widget. Oh god, why is our character? What are you doing? Right, because landing doesn't enable movement again, because reasons. Okay. So there's our widget. Also, stop falling so far. So then we're constructing an item object, backpack. We're then searching containers for first space. And then adding that entity at index. So on at entity we add it to that index. And we also need an update. Fuck. Do we only need to update the one that was updated? I mean, yes, but we could just reconstruct the whole fucking thing if we wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Or is it in the... It's in the owning entity, right? Owning entity. Add entity at index. Da-da-da. Just update relevant UI. Probably. Then this is saying... Who fucking knows? Update relevant UI. Oh, we need to get... This is entity object. So let's get parent-most. PyCos container, parent-most entity. And then update. Oh, I can just do this on the fella, right? That's just gonna give us a feedback loop. Let's just do this. YOLO. And then on you... Well... Ah, fuck. Well, we could do this and just be like... Oh no, I can't bind to it though. Yuck. Do we need... Oh. I don't know, I feel like I'm just getting to the point where I'm just slapping it together just to get something on the screen, you know? Which is kind of defeats the whole purpose of... I feel like I just need to keep just taking it slow. Just relax, one step at a time, brother. I feel entity object, when it gets on entity stored, when it gets stored, I probably want to do a dispatch. And any widget, so all widgets that represent an item, boneless pizza. What's the... Initialize PyCost containers, da-da-da-da-da. Do the container, initialize PyCost container. So if we go to... what did I say the widget class was that we were making? Entity icon widget. Init entity icon. Init entity icon should then do all this shit and construct a PyCost widget. Let's see if that's getting done. Yep. Step in. So true. So true. That's in base entity container object. Base entity container object. Right, because our humanoid equipment PyCost doesn't override the... Yes, it does. Ah, that was a multi-slot, and this has a singular thing called the anus slot. Slot tags, blah, 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 widget position, just fucking whatever, just chuck it in the middle. Da-da-da-da-da, visible witness, yes, probably. Okay, now this one should be getting... Yes. That's then going to do the thing, add it to the middle one. And then the owning PyCost container is... Oh, it's this one. Do I? Because the container will construct its own widget. The what slot? The anus slot. Oops. Wrong button. Yeah. Add the entity, blah, blah, blah. Good. Right, here we go. So this is our character, this grey, dark grey one. Then we have the shit on the character. But we want this to resize to the parent. Or not resize... Sorry, not resize to children, but to get larger if the child exceeds it. Does that make sense? How does one do that? Item icon box. Chill. Resize. No. Do I have to do a resize box? Wrap this in a size box? Yeah, what the fuck is size box doing? Eh. I'm too stupid. Yeah, because I'm literally adding it to this. So how do I just say item icon box? How does it resize? Size to fit? Size? Any knowers? Any widgetators? What am I widgetating? So I just want the... See how I do this, right? And I've added this widget with all the temporary equipment slot doodads. And I've added it to this grey box. But I want the grey box to be... to encompass all of this shit. Know what I'm saying? Feel me? The grey box is an overlay box. But I forget why. Do I want it to be a, like, replace with size box or some shit? I can't replace with size box. Oops. Size to content. That's what I was looking for, but I don't... Which one do I want to be a size box? What even is a size box? Yeah, who upsizing they box? Because I will have the item icon box be the child. And then if I... So I mean wrap with size box. So now the item icon box is the child of size box. Then add stuff to the size box. But I need it to be over this. Do you know what I mean? Maybe there was something in here that I... probably not. What's that grey border? What do you mean? You mean this one here? What do you mean the border in the thing? I think I'm trying to size. It's an overlay box. And then it has like just a border around the outside. And then also some debug info. Oh, and that one has the image icon in the middle. The item box set the alignment to fill up. Fill? It is. It is. What about the site? No, that doesn't have a... I think I see the problem. Was I parenting to the... Yeah, no, I think I'm just dumb as fuck. It could be that the... Picos equipment. Item icon box. I want to just do this to the item. No, that's the only one I can get. Item icon box. Where the fuck did my... Oh no, I just had it hidden. Item icon box. I probably want to parent it to like the item icon. Not the item icon box. Because the item icon is the blue shit. You know what I mean? No, but I can't do it to that. I'd have to do like border outline main or some shit. Let me try that. Let me just try this just to see if that helps. I know it's stupid, but what isn't? Well, now it's just fucking gone. Let's just double check that that wasn't because of the size box. No. Cool. You know what? It doesn't even matter right now. All I want is to be able to test the functionality of the PyCos. So I just need a widget that works to that extent. But again, I don't want to just patch it together. That would be not good. I don't just want to slam a jammer. I think we just take this slow and steady, knowing that this is going to be the final iteration. Yeah, I think because this is the final... This is the final refactor for this system. So I think we just go slow and steady, you know? If it takes an extra week, doesn't matter. Just needs to be rockius solidius. Yeah, who up solidifying they rocks. You know what I'm saying? Me neither. Wouldn't it be nice to have tessellation again? Remember the good old tessellation days? Yeah, I think I'll tackle it later tonight. The whole widgety doodad. It's kind of tough because I mean it's just the same as like the whole theme of this refactor. This refactor of multiple systems is that it's like a circular testing dependency chain, right? Like I can't fully test the action system without the item system. Which I can't do without the container system because the equipment system is a PyCos. But then I can't do the widget stuff, or I can't do the equipment stuff until I have some widget stuff to be able to actually, like, move some shit around to be able to equip and unequip stuff. It's just like this big, never-ending circular... You know. Do the widgets get it? Well, but to do the widgets, I have to do the equipment PyCos first, kind of. But in order to do the equipment PyCos, it's like I have to get the widgets set up. But no, I'll be able to get there. It's a lot cleaner this time. There's a lot less like edge case. You know, if else. Like, if it's an armor object thing, then merge it to the skelly mesh, but only if it's in this slot and not the hand slot and the blah blah blah. Like, it's all a lot more chill. Box issues. Yeah. I'm not worried about the box thing. I'll probably even just like redo the thingo, you know. So then we just made actions that each object can have. I don't understand. Oh, you mean just like construct a dummy object and just have the equip and unequip thingo? We just made actions that each. Yeah, that's the way that it is now. Yep. Yeah, that's the plan. Is to have an on-equip behavior. I don't know how I'll actually program it. I mean, usually what happens is we just say update character scaly mesh, and it will just pull all of the things from the doodads. From anything that's in the equipment PyCos that isn't the hands. Because everything that we equip to the character's body directly gets merged. Anything else, like items attaching to, you know, like putting a sword in our scabbard. The scabbard is attached to the belt, or like the bandolier. Depends on what kind of belty doodad you've got going on. But it's the belt that then has the slots on it, which you can then put, you know, a sword directly in, or you can have a scabbard that can then put a sword in it, and blah, blah, blah. But we never actually socket anything in the character equipment PyCos. Like, everything gets merged. And so that's just a... there's just a scaly mesh merge component handler, blah, 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 which can just get an update, you know, refresh scaly mesh, and that will just pull everything. Which, yeah, means that I don't necessarily have to have, like, an armor object kind of thing. Digital process of separating equipment and inventory type systems, that was the whole idea. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I think I still will have, like, armor object, because it has... just the way that it covers the character is unique to only armor. But again, that could just be like a behavior from a static object or some shit. But it does need the extra data anyway. It needs to know what areas of the body it covers. So, like, you know, helmet covers face, head top, head bottom, sometimes the neck front, neck back. But, like, a sword doesn't need that data at all. A sword never covers the body. So that's kind of an armor-specific, or, like, armor and clothing thing. Majority of us data on... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think a lot of stuff can just be genericized. So if I'm a bit messy for it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like It's like inheritance is great until it isn't, you know? Like, do I say that, yeah, like, all items have an attack moveset? I mean, we can't equip a character into our equipment object, or our equipment Picos, but it's like, what if I wanted to be able to put a chicken on my head, you know? A live chicken. Yeah, yeah. Like, can I put a chicken on my head? And does that mean that a chicken has to have, you know, coverage data? Like, oh yeah, it covers the head top and it has these, you know, have an option new object that can be constructed for the item when it's in inventory that supports that. Yeah, yeah. Although, yeah, I don't want to do instanced objects per thing. I was thinking, can you make instanced data asset objects? You know? Negative. Okay, fuck. Ah, well, that's stupid. I should take. I mean, you could probably do it with like a utility script or some shit, but because yeah, it would be good to do. Well, it wouldn't be the same thing though, because let's say I've done like an instance object in my let's say I've got like 10 different backpacks, right? And instead of creating, like, you know, and they've got a bunch of default data. And then if I was to do an instanced object for all of that default data, you know, in their class or whatever, whenever I make an instance, like an object, like a backpack object, let's say I spawned 1 million backpacks of the same type, and I had to... I think do you know what I mean? Because then I'd have to duplicate that object. If it's like, you know, backpack base class, but then you can override some of the default variables by making an instance of it. But it's like, I've got... Because it's not instancing a class. Yeah, I guess so, It would be cool if you could do an instance... like, object class. Or not even, I don't know. Because, like, the thing I worry about is... I want to have as much data as absolutely possible in data assets, so that when there is 100,000 backpacks loaded in memory, they're all just pointing to this one data asset that says, hey, this is all your default, you know, variables. Like, this is your, you know, dimensions, and these are the tags that you allow in the PyCos and the whatever. Yeah. Use a profile of the garbage collector. That becomes a problem, but it will eventually. Trying to skill my session at 400,000 actors, killed it at 250,000. And they were just empty components and empty actors. 20 million objects. That's pretty pog. Yeah. But again, like it's not like it's more about like the ballooning, you know? Like if everything is using instance UObjects. Cuz let's think about it, right? We have, let's just say one character has at least 3 PyCos. And those PyCos have, let's say a character's fully equipped, has 8 entities on them. At least 3 or 4 of them would have their own PyCos objects. And then they've got their limbs, or their body PyCos, which has 4 limbs and a head. I don't know if the head is a limb, because you can't really... Yeah, and like, you know, and then other things like all the properties and whatnot. So like one character might even be made up of like 50 objects. Probably more. But with instance objects for like, you know, default variables, that could become 100, which is like the difference between having, you know, 10 million and 20 million objects in memory. Another good example of these inventories, instead of just having inventories sort of floating around, they only exist when they're an inventory component that will actually try to instantiate the inventory either from scratch or okay. The thing is, though, that because I want to do off-screen simulation, the inventories have to exist in order for a character to actually operate, you know? Yeah, so that's the difference with my game, is that everything gets virtualized and still exists when it's off screen. So they still interact with their inventories, their properties, you know, the world, you know, things in the world are all entities that are just super lightweight. But they just interact with virtually, which means that it still has to exist. At least in, you know, the surrounding few kilometers of the player. Can visualize, I manage a type actor that manage all the inventories, but it kind of fits. Yeah. But like the idea, at least my initial idea, is flashbang. We've got player. We've got the real simulation zone. Well, no, we've got the screen. screen's like this big. It's an ultra wide. So I've got the screen. Let's do it here. Player, screen, you know, LOD or real. The real zone. So anything within the real zone is like an actor, or is represented by an actor. And they have their components to do all their actory bullshit. But then outside here is where it goes to V0, virtual 0. And then basically just layers from there, you know, big onion bullshit. And so like basically every entity that exists on each virtual layer is in just a huge array. Yeah, that's when it's spreadsheet simulator. But then basically the thing just ticks through them one by one and it's like, yeah, update this MF, and then update this guy, and then this guy, and then that one, and then that one, blah, 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 blah. Just in like a big loop, you know. Does that one, loops back around, starts from the top again. But then because like V0 is smaller than V1, V0 ends up being like a faster update rate because, you know, this might have like, I don't know, 1,000 entities in it, which means that every entity gets updated every... If we're at 100 FPS, it's every 10 seconds. Whereas like this one might have like fucking 10,000 dudes in it. And it's like, okay, well, they're going to get updated every few minutes. Yeah. But no, like nothing needs to manage. The inventories are self-managed. But yeah, I think tracking the number of each object type would be good. Just to know, like, oh yeah, shit, maybe I should fucking do something about this. But, you know. Well, it's not just about PyCos. Like everything is an object. Like entities are all objects. The actions are all objects. The properties are all objects. Properties are probably the big one, because like every item has properties, you know? Like its current weight, weighed. You know, its current fucking durability, or its rustedness, its rusty boy, or its temperature. Like each of them is an object, like a self-sufficient object. Which, again, some of them don't have to be running in the virtual states or anything. Like, they're pretty low priority. Or they can just be approximated, you know, when they're out there. Although I was thinking the base properties could all be just one combined object, like weight, temperature, what's another inherent property of something, of a physical thing? Just weight and temperature, basically. Also, Krim, how's it going? Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. So having a container somewhere in the world can go bad. Yeah, exactly. No, so each attribute is an object that has a base amount, a current amount, a base rate, a current rate, a min and a max clamp, and then they essentially, like, you can basically just create a new property that can say, oh, increase the rate of rustedness, or, you know, just statically increase the current weight of the item. So, like, you know, wetness. Well, actually, the weight of a cloth object would be looking for a wetness property, and it would then increase the weight statically based on the wetness, whereas, like, a metal object wouldn't, you know. Start saying them when they become relevant to the player when they go every 0. Well, so it's the entire simulation isn't player centric. Stuff can happen, not like stuff can seem like it happened, but stuff can actually happen in these states, you know? Like a merchant could be traveling like this, and then get robbed and shot full of arrows from a bandit, and then some stuff could get stolen or set on fire, and then we, you know, then we go over there and it's like, fuck, man, some bandits went and they torched my caravan and I'm shot full of arrows, and, you know, the arrows are made of steel, but they were poisoned and I need an antidote. And fucking, you know, the bandits went off that way. Can you go and sort them out? They stole my wife's, you know, favorite sex toy. Don't know why a merchant had it. Anyway. Have significant events that trigger relevancy. Yeah, no, but the events can't happen without the stuff, you know. Do you know what I mean? Like someone isn't going to choose to rob someone else unless they don't have food. How do they know if they don't have food if they don't know their current inventory contents, you know? Or if they don't know that there's a backpack near them laying on the ground that just has some fresh bread in it. No, but it's not an event. Like, there's no event. Do you know what I mean? Like, they'd make a decision based on their current circumstances. Like, let's say. Here's an idea. All right, there's a town. And the town relies on exporting metal ore. So they have a mine, right? And we go over to the mine, and we set off an explosive in the mine, right? And the mine's just fucking blocked. It's just fucked. No one can get in there. You've just killed heaps of people. You've basically, like, committed genocide against the entire town. So now, the town is losing wealth. And the economics don't have to be perfectly actually simulated. It can just be a, you know, basic input, output sort of dealio. But anyway, so everyone in the town, the global wealth of the town is just going down and down. And so the people can't afford food because they imported food and that kind of shit. And so gradually you see over time, yeah, loss on the town. You see over time that the people are more and more haggity, raggedy, whatever. But then it might be that, you know, you come back and they've formed a bandit squad and they're going out raiding, you know, merchants to be able to feed themselves. Like, that wouldn't be able to happen if they didn't know about their current circumstances. So the second idea, so this is where V2 comes in, virtual state, well, just VN, some layer outwards. Let me just make this bigger. So, that's what the rich men on the mind within a month would be a brothel. That yeah, there you go. There you go. Emergent story. Not just emergent gameplay, emergent everything. Emergent emergence. Anyway, so the idea for not having to have literally everything loaded in memory at once is to periodically load chunks, then run a catch-up sim. So, like, you know, accelerated time, and do it really fast, you know, just, like, breeze through it. You know, do a few passes, like, do this character, do their step forward, this one, step forward, this one does their thing, you know, this guy's making some fucking armor, and this guy's hunting some animals, and blah, blah, blah. And then do them again with, like, you know, a time step until they're all, like, caught up. Unload it all, move on to the next region. That way we don't have to, like, do the entire world on, like, a you know, a looping tick. What am I looking at? Literally. Literally. This is, like, literally the thing. So it's buckets with a tick rate, and you move the entities from bucket to bucket based on distance. Buckets are a pointer list. Need a reference what class it is, so it can execute its individual code. That'd be... Yeah, well, we don't even need the class. That's just all determined by the object. But yeah, it is buckets. Buckets, and just loop through them one per frame. So we're not doing an entire loop per frame. We're doing one entity or one character and maybe their attached entities per frame. Just doing their, like, you know, attribute update stuff. And if they are in need of, you know, calculating pathing or making a new utility decision or whatever, then they do that. But we only ever do one per frame per bucket. Potentially. It depends on... I'll have to profile it, but I want to go for 60 FPS. I feel like 60 FPS is fine, you know what I mean? Hot take, the path is a pie cost too. Nah, the path is actually a just represented by the PLSS navweb. Do I still have that navweb test level? Where's PLSS? Ooh, here's something. I wonder if it still is functional. Yeah, 5,000 entities, you need 5,000 frames to update them all. Yeah, exactly, exactly. But keep in mind, it's all delta based. So like if something's, you know, rottingness rate is 0.1 rottedness per second, then if 10 seconds have passed, it will, you know, it'll know that 10 seconds has passed since its last update. So every entity has a last updated time. And when it comes to update, it will get the last updated time. Sorry, the current time, subtract the last updated time, and then use that delta to actually do the what's it called? Yeah, so this is the entity. Also, ignore the grass. This is the entity, like, world navigation system. So when they're in a virtual state, they just query this nav web. Not a nav mesh, it's a nav web, because these connectors have a profile which, like, you know, each of them can query it with the pathing algorithm independently. So, like, this one here would be a river crossing link. So, like, a merchant cannot go through there with their cart, but like a hunter would be like, oh yeah, no worries, you know, I can go for a swim, go for a little dip. So, like, we have, like, contextual weights and whatnot. And then they can also change at runtime. Like, if there's a bridge and then the bridge gets destroyed, we can be like, oh, this is just a river now. And so, like, we'd only be... Let me get a character. So this is a character. This is probably the max zoom range. And so, like, this is the scale of the nav web stuff, right? I was also thinking of using and this is the hash grid here, visualizer. But I was thinking, that hurts my eyes. I could probably use mass to it wouldn't really matter though, because I could just do their movement on their own update. I'm just thinking about when entities... Yeah, true, mass is a lot of C++. I'm just thinking, like, if some virtualized characters, like, if there's a character here, like a trader here, and a bandit here, and this guy's pathing this way, this guy's pathing this way. Well, no, I can remember how I was going to solve this now. Doesn't matter. But essentially, they have their projected target. Because, like, let's say, like, this guy would end up here, and this guy would end up here on their next update. Actually, this brings up another good point, is, like, if the update is 20 seconds long, and a character was, like, running full speed from virtual state to us, then when they next get updated, they would just pop into existence in front of us. But because we know their path, we can subscribe them to all the hash grid squares in advance along their path with the current, like, based on the current average delta plus, you know, some padding value. So if it's been 10 seconds between updates, then we say, let's just, you know, given your max movement speed, we're going to subscribe you to the hash grid spaces 11 seconds ahead. So then we know that they would hit the relevant, like, you know, the relevant chunks, you know, within some time frame. So we can then, at that time frame, actually just spawn them in at the edge outside of screen space, and that's all good. But then also, if there's a bandit who is going to cross paths with a trader, we can be like, oh, bandit looking for traders. Bandit is pathing this way. Get every entity that would be in these squares at the same time that they will arrive in that square. Does that kind of make sense? So even though this guy has just updated and he's been put here, and then in the next update, he's going to be put here, and this guy is just updated here, but the next update, he's going to go here, we can do a look ahead based on where they are subscribed to be in the future, so that even though it's not this guy's turn to update, this guy can still force an update on him as they come into contact and have an encounter, or start an encounter, because an encounter can go over, like a virtual encounter has a time frame. So it's like, you know, between 0 and 30 seconds of, you know, bandit or robbery encounter, it's, you know, hold up. So if we then entered during that stage of the encounter, then we'd see the bandit with their, like, fucking pistol crossbow being like, motherfucker, give me all your corn, bitch. And then we could jump in and help them rob the merchant and steal all the corn. You know? Or if we came in, like, a minute and a half later... Yeah, give me your wife sex toys. If we came in, like, 2 minutes later, maybe the merchant is, like, dead, and we see the bandit looting the corpse and the wagon. And we can be like, bruh, I won't tell anyone if you don't tell anyone. And you both just split it 2 ways. But then it's like, why was the bandit attacking the merchant? And why was the merchant taking this road? Why wasn't he taking the main guarded road, you know? Maybe the merchant was, like, smuggling some shady shit. Maybe he was trying to go around the back way where it isn't guarded. What's to stop the bandit from robbing you? Yeah, exactly. There's nothing stopping the bandit from robbing you. The simulation wouldn't care if... Because you're not, like, the player, right? It's like it's not a player-centric simulation. That's kind of the point of it. Like, if you crossed the bandit, maybe the bandit would hold you up. But if you waited 30 seconds, and there was someone ahead of you, maybe they'd hold them up. That's the, you know? It's not about what the player sees, it's what about the player sees after the thing happened that the player didn't see. If rub the merchant, the bandit holds it. Yeah, exactly. It could be the other way around. It could be you were holding up the merchant, but then the bandit is like, hey man, you know, I want in on this. And they beat the shit out of you so they can rob the merchant. It's like, it's the difference between... Fuck, I don't know. I don't even... Like, Dwarf Fortress versus Skyrim stuff. Like, in Skyrim, it's just like, we're escorting the prisoner. You know, stand back. This is the rebel scum. And then it's like, you know, 30 seconds later... Stand back. Rebel scum, etc., etc. And it's like, fucking, I've already... Why is it the same guy every time? Yeah, I mean, it was great. I mean, it's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like, what if instead of that rebel... They were escorting a woman who had attacked the Empire... Are they Imperial? I don't fucking remember what they are in Thingo. She'd, like, attacked them after they murdered her husband in cold blood, you know? And it's like, well... You know, it's just like a basic... You know, crime and punishment system. Where, like, anyone can be, you know, captured and prisonated. Prismatica, that's right, that's right. I wonder, does this still, oh, does this still run the A-star shit? Oh, yeah, I can see him, hold on. Yep, there's one. Yo, implemented A-star in Blueprint. Keck W. Is the start of the game you waking up in a prison? I feel like that would be the generic approach. It's like very blank slate. Which, I mean, it needs to have a blank slate start. But I feel like there's... I don't know. Oblivion intro, true. Skyrim intro. What else has the old prisoner, freed prisoner? Should be able to start from anyway. Yeah, I think to an extent, but I think in terms of, like, environmental traversal progression, you'll probably start in the green zone. Like in the Midlands. Where everything green. Green but boring. Like, yeah, like Valheim. Valheim's got a good starting place. But you won't just be in the wilderness. You'll be, like, in a town. Maybe that town gets raided by bandits early on, you know? Maybe that's like programmed in after a couple of days. But then from that point on, you know? Like if you actually defeat the bandits, like the town's fine. But if you don't, the town's like fucking ruined. It's not like... You know what I mean? Like when games do, and they really do say you have a normal kind of day. Yeah, there's some where it's fine. There's some where I like it. There's others where it is... I think the best example of it done badly is Fable 2. And I think maybe Fable 1, but I can't remember. But in Fable 2, you start off as like this fucking ugly-ass kid. Like the ugliest kid you could fucking imagine. But it's like... You're not really Yeah, it's shit for replay. But you're almost like not learning the mechanics in the tutorial, you know? Like... I think you, like, shoot bugs at some point, but, like... It's like a tutorial that is just there for exposition. And then you learn... And you have to go through it all. And then you, like, after you finish that entire... It goes for, like, a fucking hour, I swear. And then after that, there's more tutorial. It's like, fuck, when do I get to play the fucking game? At least I'm not this fucking ugly-ass kid anymore. With a huge head. Like, what the fuck? Now I'm just some ugly-ass dude. I will give option to skip after played once. Yeah, I think for that game specifically, it would be good. Because, like, there's nothing... I mean, there's like... I think there's like 2 choices or 1 choice in the tutorial area that affects the story later on. Like, if you help catch this criminal, then that section of town is like fancy when you know, finish the tutorial and shit. But if you don't, it's like a big slum. But that's it. You know? So I think a skip would be good, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really like the hard-coded 2-hour-long tutorial thing. My idea for the tutorial, right? Or the start of the game is that it's like the day before. Full stop. It's the day before. No, it's... What is this, a fucking Cumsy? No, it's the day before, like, a big festival. Also, this is spoilers, by the way. And you start off, you're just a villager person. And there's the festival either that night or the next day. And you and your mates are, like, preparing for it, blah, blah, blah. And, like, you can just, yeet out into wherever. You don't have to do the whole festival shenanigans. But then the idea is that at the festival, there's a bunch of, like, there's, like, a tournament, melee combat tournament, and, like, fucking a shooting gallery, and, like, a parkour obstacle course kind of thing. You can, like, win, tickets and shit, which essentially serves as, like, an optional mechanical tutorial for, like, oh, this is how blah, blah, blah works. It's like a safe space where you're not going to get your ass kicked to, like, practice fighting and whatnot. And it's like, it's like real nighttime festival vibes with like all the colored lights and like the fires and the people dancing around and shit. You know? It's like a tutorial that you want to play. But yeah, if you're playing the game for the second time or something, you can just literally go from the town to wherever, and the festival will just play out like, you know, without you there. And you know, maybe like you miss some, you know, if you get enough tickets from all the mini games, you can like choose a prize and it's like a starter weapon or something. But like, you know, if you know that in the next town over, there's going to be a dude that can blah, 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 you know, dude with the stuff and the, you know. That's just my idea. It's my idea. Man talks about his game more than working on it. Shut up, Elliot. You little piss boy. I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. My brain switched off like 2 hours ago. Sometimes it's good to design. Sometimes you've got to design the game. You know? Picos on the brain. Yo, is a memory an entity? Is an event memory an entity? Does that mean we have to have a brain, Picos? Look up Tony and how many enemies you defeat in the Tony, that way you get a better starter weapon, replay. Yeah, true. So, like, if you are more skilled, you can just, like, fucking destroy it in the fight arena and then get a better starter weapon that's more, like, suited to your skill level. I like that. I also think this is just another discussion. But I think, like, there aren't enough games where you can, like, successfully fail a quest. Do you know what I mean? Or, like, successfully fail an event. Like, where, like, failing the quest is a successful outcome. Does that make any sense? Especially when you can, like, quick save and quick load and that kind of shit. Yeah, The Witcher, I've played Witcher 3. I played, like, the first quarter of it, because then it got boring as fuck. But The Witcher is a good example. I can remember, like, I think I, like, accidentally sacrificed a bunch of children to some witches or some shit. Some hags. And I was like, fuck, man. Probably shouldn't have done that, you know. But, like, at least, like it's kind of like you lose either way. But it's like, it still progresses the story, and it's like interesting. Yeah, oopsie. So I don't know. I feel like providing a satisfying outcome for failing something is, like, important, you know? Or even just, like, something as simple as, oh, my son, you know, went off into the woods and I haven't seen him all day, you know, could you go and find him for me? And you're like, oh, yeah, sure, lady, I'll go and find your fucking son. And then you, like, don't go into the forest for, like, 3 days. And then you know, you come back to her, or like you see her crying out front of her house, and she's like, you said you were gonna go find my son, and look, we found him, and it's just like a few arms and legs, and, you know, his stomach picos is all over the ground. And it's like, shit, I probably should have done that. I probably should have gone to look for the son, shouldn't I, you know? So I feel like that kind of... Actually, that happened in Kingdom Come. That happened to me, and then I was like, oh, wait, fuck. Like, it was at like there's like a hospital. Or like there's some sick people. And you go... I think it's someone from your old town is like looking after the people. And they're like, oh, could you like go to this town and talk to the apothecary and get me some of this and whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, of course I will. Yeah, whatever. Fucking easy mode. And then I didn't do it for like a few days. And then I just got this notification saying, so-and-so has fucking died, you know? Like, quest failed. They're dead. And I'm like, oh, shit. I didn't realize this was like a good game. Hell yeah. But I think once that happened once, I was like, okay, you know, shit's real. There's consequences for just being a lazy piece of shit. Like, you gotta keep your promises. Keep the promises. If they say, could you quickly go and do this thing, you probably gotta quickly go and do it. The reason why people hate this stuff is because of quick save, exactly. They say they fail, so they redo it only to succeed, only to get a worse outcome later. Yeah. I think making save scumming like a pain in the ass for the user is like, you could still do it. I mean, we've talked about this another time, but it's kind of like you don't want to punish someone for needing to quit the game and go to work. You know, they got called and it's like, oh, hey, you know, grandma, she's in hospital, like, can you come in, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh, but, like, I know, if I quit this game that I'm playing right now, then it'll load me back at the nearest town, you know, and like, I'm in the middle of this dungeon, but electricity is really pricey, so like, I should probably turn the computer off. You're just like, oh, I'll come to the hospital next time, you know, I'll come next time. I'm in a, yeah, exactly. There's like a balance between that and literally F5, F6, you know, quick save, quick load. I just don't know where that point is. And then there's also like crash protection, where like if the game crashes, you need autosaves. But then if you've got autosaves, like, people can just pretty easily go to the save data and, you know, copy, paste, or rename the autosave and do that as the current save or the whatever. It's like... But I feel like at that point, it's enough of a pain in the ass where if someone really wanted to do it, then, like, that's, you know, they can waste their time doing that. But then there's also the, there's like a... Again, it's a weird balancing act, but like... The balance between, you know, game difficulty and save scum protection and that kind of stuff, balanced against like the the intended gameplay experience, you know? Because, like, if you balance a game around people not save scumming, like Skyrim, where it's like, oh, you know, we're going to give the player, like, plenty of potions so that they can, like, heal during combat and shit. Because, you know, they're going to have to get through all these enemies and then fight the boss and whatever. So we're going to, like, you know, have this many potions and they're going to heal this much health and whatever. Only for the player to quick save immediately before a boss, try and kill the boss, drink 150 potions, and then die, and then they just reload and they've got 150 potions back. It's like, it just, like, fucks everything up, you know? And then there's also, like, the, there's also the, like, the designer's vision. Like, I think like Dark Souls is a good example, where it's like the game is about, you know, being immortal and the cycle of, you know, pain and suffering and fire and darkness and fucking whatever. And like the moral of the game is to persist and overcome challenges and adapt, you know, trials and tribulations. Exactly. But, like, if you... Let's say you modded your damage in Dark Souls to just, like, one-shot everything. You one-shot every boss and whatever. All of a sudden, the entire story of the game just doesn't exist, you know? Like, it's gone from Chosen Undead, Ashen One, whatever... You know, rising up straight to the top. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, it's just like, man walks through a bunch of sad-looking places and then lights himself on fire. I don't know. Looking at the way you can branch a save. That save gets tagged as a branch. Yeah, true. Doesn't continue to allow save when sleeping. Yeah. Which I think like, again, it's like only save when sleeping is fine, except when you are in the middle of the wilderness and you get a call saying, hey, grandma's dead, you know? It's like, oh, I'll be there next time. I'm not near a bed, you know? I can't fucking... Although that's where they had that, you could drink a drink to save in the middle of the place, but I don't know. Also, Vasta, hello. Kingdom Come Delivery is so damn good. Yeah, I loved it. I love Kingdom Come. Always autosaves, but you can only make a save file at a bed. I feel like you can still save scum then, though. Like, you wait for an autosave before the boss, and then go in, fight the boss, get your ass kicked, Alt F4, and then, you know. So we can have unlimited saves of it. Yeah, exactly. Should death be narrated in games, you think? For example, death is explained in Dark Souls, but not in God of War, for example. I really like it. I prefer it when like the death and resurrection, or like, you know, the failure and respawn mechanics is in universe. In Dark Souls, it's really like, it's cheap, but it works. It's like, oh yeah, everyone fucking, you know, everyone's immortal and they can't die. It's a curse of undeadness, you know. It's like, all right, whatever. It explains why everyone loads back in when you rest at a bonfire, and explains why you know what I mean? Like in Prismatica, it'll be like, I mean, the people in the world are a lot more like hardy than us people. So like, you know, they can have like limbs chopped off and still be pretty much good to go. But like, I want there to always be an in-universe respawn, you know? So like, if you get mauled to death by a bear or a picos, then when you wake up, you might either be rescued by some dudes that found you dying by the roadside, or you might be in the picos's cavern, you know, in like a nest with all of its cubs, and you gotta like fucking stealth mission out of there. Or maybe like you and some other person is in this, you know, in this cavern. And so you wake up first and you like, and they're unconscious, and you get, you get a rope out of your backpack and you tie them up, and then you shake them awake, and then you run off while they're making a bunch of noise, and all the animals just swarm them and they fucking die, you know? You know what I mean? But like, you should always like miraculously, so even if you like jump off a cliff, the explanation could be like, I don't know, you passed out, but you managed to like grab onto a branch sticking out of the cliff, and someone came by and just happened to notice you, and they like fucking got you, and whatever. Like just something real dumb. Or maybe if it like keeps happening, they just say, look, I don't know, I don't have an explanation on how you survived this time. Can't wait to get ragdolled by a bear thrown down the mountain. More musical approach could be easier. Yeah, absolutely. But scope creep the game? Hell yeah. Well, actually, no. Okay, technically the scope is already defined. It's just a broad scope. It's a large scope game. The scope hasn't actually crept for like a year. You know what I mean? In fact, I would argue the opposite. I would say that the scope recedes the more that I work on the game. Because I set the initial scope so fucking big. It's like reverse scope creep. Scope recession, that's right. Also, Cream, you asked what the fuck is Picos? About $2.50. About $2.50. Twitch chat with Scope be like, yeah, what if you just use ALS and not do anything else? That's better for Scope. Legit. Legit, though. It's always like, oh, well, what if you just, like... What if you just did this? What if you just did this instead? Or, like, the player's not even going to see this. Why even bother, you know? Yeah, exactly. Just let us fucking cook, brother. Just let me cook! I'm cooking! Cooking. People are always like, oh, why don't you do this, or why don't you do that, or like, oh, shouldn't you just do this? It's like, why don't you just fucking work on your own game, you know? Just do it in your own game, you little piece of shit. You think I haven't thought exactly what you just fucking said? And decided not to? Do you think I was born yesterday? Do you think I started game deving like fucking only like 3 years ago? Think I'm some amateur? Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I don't know. I both love and hate backseaters. It's always a No, you know, I always love backseat developers or backseat coders. Because you can just choose to ignore them when they just say something stupid. But then sometimes they say something useful. And you can give them a pat on the head. You say, well done. That was actually... Thanks so much. That was... I really appreciate it. That really saved me a bunch of time, you know? But then when they say something that you just don't want to hear, you just don't even acknowledge it. Sorry, Elliot. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. It's just how it is. Do I turn into an asshole when I'm tired? I wonder if the marketplace has responded to the No. I'm probably not going to get a message back for another month. After I was real sassy. I was real sassy at the start of the stream. Like, real sassy. Like, they've just been running me around in a fucking circle for 2 weeks. Saying that, oh, this file doesn't have a copyright notice at the top of it. Turns out they were flagging the wrong file the entire time. And I was like, no, I'm like, what do you mean? No, I swear, like, I re-downloaded the link that I sent you with the file that you'd flagged. I looked at it, it says copyright Prismatica, blah, blah, blah. And then took a screenshot of it, sent it back. And then they sent me a screenshot back saying, well, no, on our end it says this. And turns out, I looked at the top of their screenshot, and they had the wrong, like, a different fucking file that they hadn't put in the little, in the notice. And I'm like, bruh, you could have just fucking copy-pasted it and told me to fix it later, you know? Because, like, it goes through the same process with every update anyway. So it's like, couldn't they just like, fucking copy-paste this commented-ass line of text that's in every other header file, every other code file? Couldn't they have just copy-pasted it? You don't have to recompile it. Just, it's a commented line of code. You just copy-paste it on this file. You put it in that one. You call it a day. You fucking put it on the marketplace. And you don't miss out on over 100 sales that people have since bought it on Gumroad since I fucking submitted it to the thing. You know? Like, if they just done it, like, within the first week, then they would have had over 100 sales. And then the marketplace tax would have paid for that reviewer's wage for that week instead of them being paid to just fucking waste time. You know? I don't know. I feel like it's just... Like, I get it, but at the same time, it's so fucking frustrating. Even like, honestly, the whole, it's just a copyright notice thing, like, that doesn't, I don't care. It's just like, they flagged the wrong file. And it took 2 weeks. It's like, if you just, like, flag the file, if your stupid automated robot response deterministic analyzer bullshit had just, like, specified the actual file that had the thingo. It's like... it's like... Then I could have fixed it the first time. We could have saved 2 weeks. But they were saying that the wrong file had the issue, and I'm like, brother, what the fuck? Could be why I got flagged for my shit. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I don't even know if I want to hear about it, Cream. I don't know. I don't want to hear the word market or place or arc or et or ket or pool. Never want to hear any of that ever again. Or ace. Or s. You know? I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. Yo, someone add a trauma property to my attribute manager for marketplaces. Character got the shit beaten out of them in a marketplace, and now they have marketplace trauma. So now whenever they're in proximity of a marketplace, then their panic goes up. So they, like, aim less good, you know? That's what happens when you keep dying in Prismatica. You get... you accumulate trauma. That's what anyone seems to know, so you gotta wait 30 minutes for that property update. Shit. Shit. Oh no. Alright, let's have a geese. What? That's fucked up. Got denied for that tiny... So wait, is that on the model here? You mean this one here? Where my mouse is. That's fucked up. Could you have just said, like, oh no, actually that's a stylistic decision, because, like, that's how, like, metal, you know, like, you know, they're like separate bits of metal, you know what I mean? I would have just bullshitted them. I would have just been like, are you judging me? You know? Wow. Is that an image that they sent you? Saying, oh, this bit needs to be fixed up? Yes. Steam could be hypercritical like that too. Yeah, but I mean, Steam's different because, like, I feel like if something's... It's like what you were showing on stream the other day, Krim, with that guy that... His game was... What was it? Like, the game would crash whenever the controller got disconnected. So it got denied from Steam. So then he went on a big rant about how no one even wished-listed my game, so why do I have to, like, you know, make my game not crash and blah, blah, blah. It's like, brother, calm down. Although at the same time, I resonate. I resonate with that's literally me at the start of the stream. It's like, sometimes you just turn into a little bitch. You know? And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, let me read my email that I sent. Alright. For me, the flagged file, bracket, Prismatica editor.build.cs looks like this. The top line says... 2024 Prismatica dev, all rights reserved, blah, 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 blah. It appears you had flagged the incorrect file in the previous emails. You know, I can probably just show this. I don't think there's any... No, we're good, we're good. Because you flagged the wrong file in the previous emails PDFs, Prismatica editor.build.cs. Here's the final zip folder with prismatica.build.cs corrected. Additionally, I would love to provide some constructive feedback in regards to the submission and review process of the marketplace. If you could kindly point me in the direction of a feedback form/portal, it would be very appreciated. For context, in the time it has taken to finalize the submission process, over 100 copies of the product have been sold on an alternate marketplace, such as Gumroad. I think streamlining the review process would be of great benefit to all parties involved. Smiley face. Sarcastic smiley face. Sarcastic smiley face. Sincere smiley face. Sincere smiley face. I had I had another thing typed out about, like, you know, you could have just fucking copy-pasted from one of the other ones and this would have been done, like, 2 fucking weeks ago, and, well, like, it was a bit snarky, but then I was like, you know what? No, I'll put on my, my PR hat. I don't know. Passive-aggressive AF. But that's me all the time. That's just how I am, you know? At least I always come off as passive-aggressive. Like, if I say to someone, hey, good job on that one. Yeah, you know, great job. Really, hey, Crimson, suit for hire. You're doing really good. Well done. Seriously, pat on the back. Great job. Great job. You know, like, did that sound insincere? That was me being sincere. You know what I mean? No, exactly, see? It takes it as sarcasm. That was me being genuinely, actually genuinely, truly making eye contact sincere. Why do you hate Super? You know what I mean? This is why I don't have any friends. Has to be the Australian accent. I think it's just the autism. I think straight up. I think I'm just too autistic to have friends. You know? But, like, do I want friends? Not really. I've got, like, 4 cats. I've got a computer. That's all I need. That's all I need. No, but seriously, Krem. Suit for hire. Really good job. Really good job. Seriously. Seriously. Great job. BM Jacob Boy, have you ever made a video about day-night cycle? Sorry, I read a post a few years ago showing off day-night cycle with cell shading. True. I don't think... No, I haven't actually made a video about day-night. I might in the future, though, because I like... My day-night cycle is pretty... It's been the same for like 2 years. And I don't think there's really anything wrong with it. So yeah, maybe I will do a little explainer. No views on YouTube, no marketing, man. This is so much work for nothing. Yeah, that was the quote. So much utter trash on there. Yeah. But it must be trash that complies with their standards, you know. You know. I don't know. I'd have preferred the first email. What, the less passive, the actual aggressive, the active aggressive. Stop looking at the camera, it's weird. Beautiful smile. Seems healthy. It is, you know, I'm fine. 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 Cheers, but also that was less convincing. Well, you know. Take it however you want, Krim. Take it however you want. Narrator, he was not fine. Yeah, work in marketing, and it's all that passive-aggressive shit. Hell yeah. I'd live for that. Passive-aggressiveness is like having a duel, but with, like, words, you know? Like, it's like a fine back and forth of, like, not overstepping it, but at the same time, like, trying to make it sting as much as possible. It's like a gentleman's duel, you know? Where, like, the aim isn't to kill them, but you still have to draw blood to be the winner. That's what all conversations are like. Every conversation is like that. Every conversation is a battle to first blood. Regardless of the context. Every conversation is a challenge. Like real estate agents are also good with the passive aggressive. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah. Someone should make a game about being passive aggressive. Passive aggressive email simulator. Mum, I'm going to the shops. At that moment, she knew I'd won. That's right. What if she snapped back with a not until you clean the kitchen? League chat simulator. Actually, ChatGPT would be a good application for that. Passive-aggressive email simulator. I just want to like fucking... Oh, you know what I mean? Just want to smack myself with a rubber band just thinking about that fucking marketplace email, you know? No. Yeah, if I showed you... Hold on. Let me show you guys something. Oh shit, they're going... That's just like... It's just like 2 handfuls of my rubber band collection. I could make a ball with them, yeah. No, they're just all from working in hospitality for so long. Just like whenever herbs come in, or like most vegetables that we would get in, they'd come in rubber, like they'd be rubber banded. And I'd just be like, give me those fucking rubber bands, I'm taking them home. Yeah. I'd just chuck them in my pockets. Whenever I do washing, I'd just find fucking rubber bands at the bottom of the washing machine. Something wrong with me. But like, here's the thing, right? You never know when you're gonna need a rubber band. You know? Like, there will come a time where you'll need a rubber band, and if you weren't collecting them, then you wouldn't have one. You know what I mean? And like, I can like give rubber bands out as like gifts, you know? I'm like, oh, it's my nephew's birthday. I'll give him a card and a few rubber bands, you know? Take care of these ones, little Winnie. Here's some rubber bands for you. Actually, I probably shouldn't give them to my nibblings? Yeah, nibblings. But Uncle, I wanted a PS5. Shut the fuck up. Take your fucking rubber bands. Back in my day, we didn't have PS5s. We had rubber bands. And we had and we'd do this. I can't fucking do it. I'm too... actually, no. Yeah. Hold on. Fuck, I wish I didn't cut my nails. I wish I didn't break a nail. You know when, like, you know when you've got long nails, and you break one of them, so you have to cut all of them? You know? Now I can't fucking shoot rubber bands like a little gun. Let me shoot the fucking rubber band. Piece of shit. What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Like, no, I can't do it with these short nails. You know, like you do this and you go... You know what I mean? I'm Hitman down. All right, do we want to be productive? Or do I want to... It's 3 p.m. You've been big productive today. I don't know if I have. I feel like I didn't get much done. But I did a lot of thinking. I did a lot of thinking. And designing. Why is there alcohol in your desk? It just lives in there. I usually put it in my berries. When I have, like, berries and ice cream. Maybe I shouldn't ask that? No, it's fine. It's just dessert rum. Spiced dessert rum. Did you say the system's always super slow, even when you do a ton of never... Yeah, I guess because, like, we're doing systems programming. Like, even when you do get it all done, there's still nothing to show for it. It's like, oh, you got some fucking functions and you've organized some data in a specific way. Good for you, you know. But it's more, it's like a, it'll make things more good, better future time. You know what I mean? Can't make a can of soup without the factory. You could make a can of soup without the factory. But you probably couldn't make thousands upon thousands very fast. You know? So yes, it is a good analogy. The soup factory. The soup is the content. The factory is the... How many streams in a row are we at? Doing boring shit? The soup is the game. The factory is the 11 boring streams in a row of banging head against the wall doing this. Refactor. The triple whammy circular dependency refactor version 2 v2 final v2 pre-master final pre-master 2.1 v5. All of them. Shit. Ow. I just bumped my... Wait, do you mean all of them are the factory, or do you mean all of them are boring as fuck? I'm confused. I'm confused. Or do you mean both? Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I wouldn't expect you to be nice. So I presumed the worst, and I was correct. Doing a big learn. That's right. Learning big time. Leaning big time. Learning big time. Leaning big time. Yo, what's for lunch? What's for lunch? Oh, wait, no, I wonder if we got the leftovers. We had a death anniversary yesterday for my granddad on St. Paddy's Day, and he was like Irish as fuck, you know. So it's kind of based. But not the good thing about it. Well, I mean, you know, the silver lining is that we were hosting, which means that we got to keep all of the leftovers. So I'm pretty sure there is a gigantic pesto pasta salad and a like sesame noodle, crunchy noodle salad in the fridge. But I'll have to double check that. So I could probably just not even cook something. I just love food. I just love the I just love the food. Heat up the pesto. Hell yeah. I love pesto. Pesto's so good. Even just like shitty, like, you know, pesto in a, not a bucket. What are they called? Glass bucket? Jar? Pesto jar. Like, like you get crushed garlic, but you can get like pesto. Even that stuff's good as, like, if you get the right one. Also, it's all good, Amethyst. It's all good. It's all good. We all have our time. We all DIY. A glass bucket. You know, glass bucket with the screw cap on the top. Ooh. But yeah, nothing beats like fresh pesto. Fresh pesto is like based. Like oil based, you know what I'm saying? Also, it's really hot in here. I'm sweating. Can you guys tell that I'm like... Look at that specularity. And my hair's gone frizzy. How hot is it today? Is it just this room? Weather. Oh, it's 29 degrees. Yeah, okay, that's pretty fucking hot. No, 31. Wait, no, that's in Melbourne. Okay, it's hotter here. Fuck. Sweaty, sweaty boy. I'd die. Same. 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 Have aircon in the UK. Have my room set to 16 degrees all the time. What the fuck? That's like freezer temperature. That's like what my fridge is set at. Also, that's just a joke. My fridge is set at like 1 or 2 degrees or something. It's set at fridge temperature. I used to live in Oz once it was 45 in Sydney. I was like, yeah, 40. Anything in the 40s is like actual, like actually a death sentence. Like legit. Legit. Oh, you know what I do? No, I don't have it. I don't have it. Anyway, what's everyone been playing lately? What do you guys play video games? Are there any gamers in the chat? Dragon's Dogma 2 is it? Oh, is it? Places in 4 days, apparently. 4 days. Does it? It does release on Windows. Thank fuck. Maybe I'll play it. I think there was... maybe there was like early access for specific people or something. But, I don't know. WoW Season of Discovery, true. Played a lot but not really enjoyed much recently. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I don't think I've played a new game in like... Trying to think what the last few games that I've played were. I think I played Valheim for a bit last year, for like a month. Just by myself. Hella Sag. Then I was playing Against the Storm, which is like a roguelike city builder, like colony builder game. Which was really good, but then I like finished it. Like I got all the like I 100%ed it, and it's like, well, I'm too good at the game now. Like there's no challenge anymore. But I might play it again now that it's full released. But I don't know if there was additional content with the full release or if it was just like no bugs or anything. I thought of I haven't actually played Bannerlord. Or any like Mountain Blade. But I'm told that I would enjoy it, but I feel like because I come from a like chivalry and Mordhau combat background, I was told that like Mount and Blade would kind of feel like a downgrade in terms of the moment-to-moment combat mechanics. But then there's the whole like, you know, big army sort of vibe and shit. Like the kind of strategy element. So, I don't know. Directional combat is simple, but combining third person with huge scale combat is a good... Yeah. That's what I've heard. Maybe, I think I've got it. I think I've got it in my Steam library. My Steam liberal. Yo, Joe many liberals. Joe many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? Play some Dynasty Warriors. True. That's some large scale action. Did a game about climbing. Yeah, I watched people speedrunning that. That was pretty crazy. Although there was another game that was kind of very similar called Peaks of Yore. That was just like a simple climbing game. But it had like fucking vibes. Like it was vibe central. And it was like first person climbing game. But it was pretty, it was awesome. I've seen Kingmaker. I've seen the trailer, yeah. It looks goofy as fuck. I don't know. I don't know. People me Song of Iron. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like hear about games anymore. Like, do you know what I mean? Like every time I look through like a Steam, what are they? The sales thing. It's either just like the big Call of Duties or just like hentai games. Like that's the only things I get recommended on Steam. It's like, what the fuck? I think as I had to disable... I think it was Fear and Hunger. This, like, really weird, like, fucked up RPG Maker game. But you can't see it on Steam unless you disable heaps of filters. But I've since turned those filters back on because I'm sick of seeing, like, fucking huge anime titties all the time when I open Steam. It's like, bruh. If I wanted to see huge anime titties, I would Google huge anime titties. I'm kidding, I didn't actually. I'm not looking at huge anime titties. I wonder why. I feel like Steam doesn't have enough data on me to, like, really suggest games. Like, my Steam library's not big. Played a few of those hentai games, and they're not all as bad as I expected. Well, there you go. There you go. There you go. I just play them for the story. I just play them for the stories, you know? It's all about the narratives. So there's no new good games, but this can't be true. Yeah, like, I kind of feel like that as well, but yeah, I think you just don't hear about them, because... I mean, yeah, like you were saying, is the more I got into games, the less I saw about games in the way I used to as a kid. Exactly, exactly. I think, like, as soon as you start looking behind the curtain, it's like... I don't know. You sort of appreciate them in a different way. Like, you're never gonna get to play Minecraft for the first time again, you know? You only get that once, but it's like, it's a core, everyone has a core memory of the first time they played Minecraft when it was in alpha or beta. Unless you're an actual zoomer. Yo, imagine playing Minecraft for the first time after the 1.0 release. SMH. SMH. Or even after the beta patch that changed the world generation. That's when Minecraft died for me. The old world gen was like magical. Actually magical. Also, what's this clip that I'm looking at? Cream, what am I looking at? Who's Yummy Speedy Soy Milk? Cool story, Bob. If I wanted to see huge anime titties, I would Google huge anime titties. The cut at the end. If I wanted to see titties. Hold on. Anime titties. Oh, magical. Magical. Also, why use your Twitch handle Yummy Speedy Soy Milk Cool Story, Bob? I don't understand. Or is that just random? I don't know. Weird. Lost Man, hello. Sorry, we'll be serious for a moment. I've been working on trying to reduce the draw calls for my trees. They have 3 materials. The trees are made in tree. When importing to Blender, the UVs get weird messed up. Is there another way? The UVs should be fine on channel 1. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go into Blender. Let's go general. And then I just need to find a... No, not open. I need to import. Import FBX. The fucking meshes. No. Oh no, hold on. Props? No. What's the folder called? Kill myself. Oh yeah, true, okay. Where's my external asset folder? D drive. D drive. Unreal Engine. Prismatica external assets. Do I have tree it? No, that's tree it sessions. Hold on. Any trees? Tree. Yeah, no, there's none in there. Meshes? Tree it meshes? Circle bush? Grand Weeping Funeral Cypress. Son of a bitch. What do you mean ASCII files? What the fuck? Why can I not fucking... FBix. Go to the thinger. Tree it meshes. FBX. Why? What do you mean ASCII? Has to be obj from tree it. All right, you know, we're gonna do the full thing. We're gonna do the full thing. I'm just gonna go into the. I'm just gonna open up Unreal Engine. I'm just gonna export one of the tree it doodads. The doodahs. No, I don't have tree it anymore. Can't remember why. Also, Slake, how's it going? Hard time catching your streams because you're in Australia and I'm very much not in Australia. Or are you in New Zealand? I can't remember. I am not in New Zealand, thank God. Thank God. My parents are both human. Not one human and one sheep. That's just a joke. That's just a Australia, New Zealand little joke. A little in-joke, you know, a little friendly joke. Art. Static meshes. Natural. Trees. Oak. Moke? No, that's the new oak. What about the old oak? No, natural. Trees. Oak _ old. Olge. Alright, let's get this one. Asset actions. Export. To... Prismatica modeling. Props. In and out. SM Oak 02. Export. Cool. Alright, now we can import FBix. We go to meshes. In and out. SM tree. Oh, apparently I'd already exported one. Number 1. Alright, here is a tree. If we do this, we go to here. And we go to UV maps. Okay, so we've got the UV editing. Yeah. Okay, so this might look like an absolute mess, but this is actually not. This is how it should look. The reason being that the trunk, it's like a tiling texture, you know? So you've got like the texture, but then it goes up along the whole trunk. And it needs to tile like that. So that's actually how it should look. And these are all the branches in here. So what you would want to do in order to get rid of the multiple material slots is go to the UV maps, go to the light map UV, which will look like not much apparently. It might look different for yours if you generated light map UVs, but you know what? Let me just do an unwrap. Just hello? What the fuck? Bro, that and an unwrap. Hello? Alright, let me just do a really shitty unwrap. Doing a light pack map pack? No? Is that gonna... You gonna do it? Oh god, that's gonna take a little while. Okay. So this is what like a light map might look like. Or you could just make a new UV channel if there isn't a light map. So then what you would likely want to do, and keep in mind you can do this, let's say we've got like a million different trees that all have like the same, you know, like heaps of different variations of the same trees. There's a tool called material utilities, where if you've imported a bunch of the same type of tree, all of the materials, it'll say like mi bark oak dot 01 or 001, and then this one would be 002 and this would be 003. So you can do a material utilities specials merge base names, auto rename replace, and that will just go through and clean up any repeated names and just like chop the ending parts off them. So then what you can do is go into multi-edit mode like this. You can click on bark oak, click select, and it will select everything that has the bark oak material. Then you can shrink it down in the secondary UV channel and put that in slot number 1. So usually what I do is have 16 slots, or 16 maximum slots. Each like grid here is 2 material ID slots or whatever. So then we can just go to the leaves, select all of them, eat them down, bam, 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 chuck them in number 2. And then we'd want to go through and right-click Material Utilities and clean slots, remove all material slots, because material slots are actually evil. For some reason that doesn't do it on all of them though. Why is this? Trying to think of the... I think I just do assign material, add new material, unnamed material. Yeah, and that overrides all of them to be just one material slot instead of 2. So then we can get this. We can file, export, fbix, mesh, fucking tree in and out. Yeah, you know what? This one's called ballsack, export, bam, don't save. And then in the engine, we now have the, you know, those extra 2 UV well, that extra 1 UV channel that we can now manipulate to do our bidding. Our material bidding. So, now, if we get content, we look for that one, wherever it was. Modeling, props, in and out, ball sack, import. That's all fine. Yep, there it is. Cool. It's now in here. Give it a material, and it's just 1 material slot. And then we can do switch node. If you've got like multiple switches, really handy. We can get the text coordinate. Bam. We just want to get the red Chanel of the second UV channel, which is coordinate index 1. We want to multiply this by the maximum number of slots, 16. Then we want to floor that. Then you want to chuck that into the switch value, and then add another dude here. So now we have this for the bark. That's bark colored. And then this one is the leaves. And leaves are like a green color. Put that into the base color. We hit go. And now we have tree with 1 material slot. And this makes it a lot easier for, like, if you wanted to do, like, a rotate about axis, sine wave, fucking time, this one, slow, sine, multiply, small, rotation angle, sideways, rotation vector, pivot point, bam, position, world position, bam, this is in the fucking this one. There's our tree swaying in the wind. Probably a little bit less than that. And then like a, I don't know, height mask. Where is easy height mask, local Z, max height, fucking, I don't know, 1000, multiply that by this. Bam, bam. Okay, that's still cursed. That should be like fucking 2000. Because then what we can do, instead of having to like duplicate code and shit, we can just be like, give me another switch. Switchy boy. Then we can just be like, put that into the switchy dude. We can say, do this for the trunk, but then simple grass wind. Simple grass wind. I don't fucking know. Just do that. Simple grass wind. Add to this, and then do that for the leaves, and then that goes into the world position offset. So now the leaves will be doing the stupid. Does that? Oh, that needs a fucking input. What a shitty material function. So now the leaves are doing their jiggle, but the trunk isn't, you know? Whereas, like, if that was not there, then everything would be very cursed. Very cursed-ed. Oops, wrong one. We'd get like a jelly tree. Ooh. Ooh. So yeah, that's how you could go about that, basically. It's better than vert paint masking. So it's technically not better because you use an extra UV channel. But it's a lot easier to manage en masse than vertex paint stuff. My trees using Albedo to make the texture real low resolution? No, so that's a good question. But you need to remember that this one here is using index 1, but if we wanted to sample a texture, we would use index 0. So this one's just a key, which is saying show, you know, this texture. So we could get the thumbs up texture, and this could be our leaf texture. So instead of the leaves, we sample this texture using the original coordinates. And we can use the, well, RGBA. And then for the trunk, we could use maybe the same one, but multiplied by brown or something. Although that's going to go into the opacity. I probably want to get this and multiply it by this. And then append the alpha to be uno. Unus. So now if we hit thingo, then we should get, yeah. So you can see that these are all still full. Because like if we look at the, so let me plug that back in. If we look at the UVs, UV channel 0, the leaves take up the entire thingo space in channel 0, and then it's only in channel 2 that they take up this tiny space. So we use channel 2 to do the switch, but we use channel 1 to do the actual texture sampling. And that way we can get really good tree. Also, why isn't... Oh, right, I didn't put the alpha. Sorry, this should look like... This should actually look like this. There we go. Also, that should be... We should get text coord 0 masked in. What's bottom to top? That would be R channel. No. G channel, yeah. And then multiply the leaf jiggle by that. And then they should be stuck to the branches. No, wrong way. No. Does it want the red channel then? What the fuck's going on here? What is going on here? Other one. Jesus. Right, there we go. Much better. Want to screenshot the graph forever? Yeah, I mean, you could go through the VOD if you wanted. Tiago, can we make the wind speed faster on Prismatascape? Yes. If you... Pardon me. If you've got the latest version, you can go to... Well, I would advise... I didn't actually... I haven't actually released the video covering the new feature. There's some kind of like stealth features that made it in there because I recorded a video saying, oh, the plugin's now on the marketplace and here's some extra features and blah, blah, blah. But it's still not on the fucking marketplace, by the way. So I didn't end up releasing that video. So there's actually, if you go to Prismatascape plugins, Prismatascape content, and you go to the simulation profiles. If you go to the default style profiles, these are just the ones that are default in the engine or like in the plugin. But you can make your own. You go miscellaneous data asset, Prismatascape wind style profile, select. This one's called Windy's Nuts. And then if you go to your manager, Prismatascape manager child class. So I've got the Prismatica manager, Prismatascape manager, Prismatica. And then in this one, we have the style profiles, wherever they are. Where the style? There they are. So I can change wind style Prismatica with Windy's Nuts. And as long as in your project settings, the Prismatascape manager class is your child class, it will be using the, you know, whatever the style profile is that you specified in your thing. So if we go into this now, we have all of the wind parameters and we can change them at runtime, or at least like you know, dick around with them at runtime. So we can be like, wind input strength, bam. So now wind is like, it's just a straight up multiplier, you know. Like if I go to 10, it's like, ooh, wind is very inputty. We'll go back to 0.2. Let me just get this back here. Then we have the wind input height fall off. So this is like how far off the ground does the wind kind of... Do you know what I mean? If I go like Pris debug shapes 1. Yeah, like how far off the ground do things write to the wind buffer? So this, I think by default, this is 500. So it's like pretty high off the ground. The curl noise strength. That's like the curliness. Also, I might just change the Prismatascape manager and change the wind res. There we go. 500er. So yeah, you can adjust the curl noise strength, which kind of just makes it more turbulent, more kind of fluid sim looking. Or if you just set that to 0, then it will just go in the direction that it is going. Then we've got the wind curl noise size, which is the wind curl noise size. So if you want it really turbulent, small turbulence. You can see it's kind of grainy looking. You could even do like some real fucked up shit. That's just dumb looking though. Back to default. Then we've got the wind max travel speed. So this is the one that you'd be looking for. So if I go to 10,000, then wind goes very fast. Like this. So that would be the one that you're looking for. I'd probably want to change the curl noise. Okay, maybe no curl noise. Wait, why is that not... Oh, because it needs more volume to be able to do that. Yeah. 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 Then we've also got the wind diffusion amount. So this is just like the kind of... how much it will like blur outwards. So if this was like 2, it would... yeah, just like kind of balloon outwards. Rather than just keep going in its own direction. Wind decay rate. So this is just how long the wind lasts before it dies out. Which also kind of affects the travel speed. But if this was 0, the wind would never die. Or at least it would just keep curling and doing bullshit. It's good to have decay. Wind displacement recovery rate is this thing. So like the wind displacement, if the recovery rate was 10, it would all just, you know, come back to how it was very quickly. If it was 0, it would never recover. Default caps your input to wind speed, wind min speed. So this is just like for, it's just like as deform things draw to the wind, basically. So if the min speed was 0 and the max speed was 100 and the strength was 2, then we'd be drawing heaps of wind as we move, you know. We'd be like MF Sonic. I've set that up so it's pretty much good, like realistic by default. So like a walking character isn't going to draw much wind, but then a running character will draw like a tiny bit, but if a character goes like real fast, or like, you know, a car or something, it will like really, you know, it'll kick up a fuss. And then the last one, which this is probably the most important one, is the temporal smoothing rate. So, if this is like really high number, then this is how the wind was in the very first iteration of the plugin, which is, it's the most responsive way that the wind can be. However, it kind of falls apart for foliage because it's like, it kind of like instantly yeets them over. You can see that that's just like, you know, normal one frame, and then the next frame it's just like giga yeeted. So this temporal smoothing will basically blur over time the wind. So you can see like the edges get all smooth. So there's like a bit more pickup for foliage and stuff. Even if it's like maximum strength wind. So that's why I put that in there. Kind of just makes it a bit more like weighty. But the underlying simulation is the exact same. This is just like something that kind of goes on top. So I guess finding a good balance there would be idyllic. But yeah, that's the wind settings, and then there's settings for every other simulation as well, like the water, and all that kind of stuff. Water style. Yo, is this a plugin stream? Water input strength 10? Water ripple speed? Oh, no, not 2. I meant 200. There we go. Whoops. Water ripple speed 5? Very cursed. Yo, any jellies in the chat? Kind of makes me feel sick. Or, hold on, ripple speed 0. You know, actually, this is correct. The ripples are at speed 0, but because of the decay, global decay rate, there we go. Because when it decays, because it's doing previous frame to next frame, it actually has acceleration in a weird way. Yeah, this is very cursed. Actually, what happens if I do ripple speed? Yeah. Oh, I don't like this. It's kind of gross. Huh. There you go, back to normal. Oh, global decay rate. There we go. Thank God. Consumed by the sludge. Yeah, in place of a brain, there is a dark orb. What else is in here? Oh, fall off below surface. True. So that was 1. Then as soon as I go under, we no longer draw. Oh, and then the wind influence on the water. That's some cool settings. So we've got like the wind min influence. Then we've got the wave strength. So this will just like depress the water based on the wind. And then without any of that, we're just left with the micro rippleage, which probably just kills the bitrate of the stream. But then you can change the ripple noise size. Ooh. That's noisy. Tiny little ripples. Yeah, and then the noise ripple strength, which is kind of cursed if it's too high. Yeah, that hurts my eyeballs. That hurts my eyes and my balls. Yeah, feel free to look back at this VOD for the explanations. God, I miss being a plugin dev. Good times, good times. You know what, fuck the Prismatica refactor. Let's just do the next Prismatascape update. And not put it on the Unreal Marketplace. Imagine. 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 Yeah, why him hand do that? I'd say leave the tree for that day, with the marketplace would probably reject it. Yeah, probably. Probably, honestly. I think this is... Actually, no, I don't think this is in the marketplace version. It'll be in the next version, but not the one that I sent them. Yeah, can I get some Prisma balls in the chat? Anyway, I should probably lay down and, don't know, watch some trash anime? Any trash anime on the trash anime website that I haven't already watched? No. So I'm already up to date. Already up to date with solo leveling. And I watched the fucking Shangri-La Frontier before the stream. I watched Healing Magic yesterday. Watched Apothecary Diaries yesterday. Watched Mashal yesterday. I've watched it. There's nothing left. I've watched everything. Jesus Christ. Catherine Rose is my queen, bro. For real, on God. Yeah, I'd let her step on me any day, you know? You know, people like getting stepped on and stuff. That's me. Sorry, what was I Googling again? Big anime titties. I've already done that joke. Bro, you can't get stepped on by an anime waifu. They literally are made of pixels. They don't have weight. Wake up, sheeple person. Wake up, sheeple. Anime isn't real. Anime isn't real and nobody likes you. Well, that's savage. I just got here and you rail into me like that. I'm sorry, Mad Dax. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. The truth hurts. But we all have to face it eventually. We all have to face it eventually. I think I'm just going to watch StarCraft 2 games till I fall asleep. And then when I wake up at about 10 or 11 p.m., I will start streaming again after I have a shower. And we'll finish this refactor. Haha. Fingers crossed. It's refactoring time. What were we even refactoring again? I can't remember. Anyway, who are we going to raid? We could Adam raid. We could raid Adam. Raid Adam. Could raid Evan. Actually, what's he doing? He's a funny guy. Oh, he's reviewing Game Jam games. All good. Thanks for watching. Thanks for eye contact. Thanks for watching. Seriously, I appreciate it. Like, really. Seriously. Like, I actually... genuinely... really genuinely appreciate it. From the bottom of my heart. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much. Seriously. Seriously. But seriously. Thanks everyone. Right, let's raid Adam. How do I... Sorry, my brain's gone dead. Sarcastic Aussie accent. It's just me. Unfortunately. Alright, well, thanks everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in like 8 to 12 hours. Probably before that, because it's... Unless Sov streams. Sov doesn't usually stream on Monday, but... If it's like 2 o'clock and he hasn't started streaming, then I'll start streaming instead. Anyway, thanks everyone. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And also YouTube peoples. Thank you very much for hanging out. With that...